No, I don't know.
You can do this. One of the most used phrases ever to motivate people to do things they never thought were possible. But what does it really mean? Does it take into consideration my disability? Does it take into consideration my finances? I've asked these questions over and over as I've grown up. The only answer I've come across that makes any sense is another question. Do I have the willpower to do this? It's not about what we struggle with. It's not about what we don't have. It's about what we do have. And we have willpower. We have love and support from friends and family. We want to see things and experience things. We are not traveling with disabilities. No, we are traveling with special abilities. So come, join us with your special abilities.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody today? Our new intro describes what our channel is about. In partially, yes, members of my family, including Rebecca and I, have certain disabilities, and a lot of our friends do too. Our channel is basically to let people know that our channel is a safe place to come to see us get outside and to experience life and to motivate others to do the same. And that if anybody feels they need any kind of help or any kind of someone to listen to, that Rebecca and I are here. I have a degree in psychology, as well as I'm a minister. I'm a Christian minister, but I believe that everybody has their own higher power that they believe in. I don't push any certain philosophy. I believe that everybody's spiritual growth is their private business. So we want you to come join us on our adventures and experience what we're experiencing with our lives.
And encourage you to try and go out, whether it's just on your front porch or, joining a friend to the grocery store. Even if it's something small, it's more than just sitting at home. And even if you are able to just sit at home, you can join us and watch our adventures.
We realize right now with the whole world is going through a difficult time now, and that certain countries are in lockdown and certain people are still in lockdown, and it's hard. We understand that. We've gone through lockdown as well. So everybody's nerves are a little on edge. And we just try to encourage others to find different activities and different ways of relieving the stress, relieving the anxiety, knowing that you're not alone. And that's basically what our channel's about, knowing you're not alone. We are not rich by any means. We are pretty darn poor. But we find ways. We're very creative and very frugal, and we find ways of saving money and being able to get out more than the average person with our income. We've gone, as you saw in the intro, we've gone to Disney World. We've gone on a Disney cruise. We've gone to circuses. We've gone to holiday events, different things. but it takes a lot of saving and a lot of creative ways of, not frivolously spending money, being very frugal. Right now I'm saving for teeth. And the funny part is my dogs ate my teeth. So if you had joined us a month ago, I had teeth. But I'll have teeth again. And so we're going to invite another member of our family up, my oldest daughter, Vanessa. Come on up, Vanessa, say hi.
Hello, everybody. I am
Vanessa,
Lorraine's oldest daughter.
yeah, Vanessa, tell us a little bit about how you are going back to college now and finishing up your security, your IT, isn't it? Your IT security?
Yep, it's called the cybersecurity. I am going back to Gateway Technical College, and it is going to be next year, and I will officially have an associate's degree in applied science. And because of the fact that I have a disability and I'm not letting that stop me, the state of disability is actually granting me a full grant, and I am able to go back to school free of charge.
Leave it up for a bit. Vanessa, you have a comment there?
And very nice to meet you, Fairy Dust.
And then Diane Phoenix and whoever else. You have a couple of people saying hi. Did you?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to pull up everyone.
Well, Diane Phoenix is important.
Hi, Diane. It's very nice to meet you.
And then the up here.
Hi, Ms. Zelly.
Ms. Ellie. So I'm very proud of my daughter. She's come a long way. And she started school and got sidetracked and decided that she wasn't going to let that stop her. She was going to find another way of going about getting back to college and finishing her degree and getting a new job when she was laid off, just like a lot of people were laid off because of the pandemic. So she's very creative. She has a lot of different abilities. She's a tarot card reader. She does Renaissance fairs. She's Wiccan. So
I'm a Wiccan priestess, actually.
Yeah, tell them a little bit about that.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am through the Universal Life Ministries, as well as my mom is. And she told me about it, and so I asked a few of my other friends about it, and did some research and became a Celtic priestess. I am also from you guys who may have been from Massachusetts or whatnot. Know of Lori Cabot. She is the official Salem witch, and I have taken one of her classes and have become a first degree Cabot witch. So I am the pagan of the family, as well as Mom and Rebecca usually like to get their moon water and
we come from a background of spiritual and natural healers, actually, from Canada.
Yes, we do.
Biologically and I'm sorry, genealogy. Vanessa is half Jewish. Then she got baptized in Roman Catholic, and then now she's developed into.
It's a bit of a road she's been down.
She's been down a road, right? um,
We'll call it learning experience.
we
Yeah.
I was yeah, not to get into religion, but I believe that my children have a very an important right to decide what they want to believe in. Um, so I never pushed my religion on them. So they got to choose whatever. But again, not to get into religion. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. We also have I think we're going to bring up Kenny Fordman, aka Kenny Oakes,
Howdy. Thanks for having me.
the proud
Thanks for being
recipient,
here.
the proud recipient of the Helping Hands for Cruising. Allow him to be able to go for his first cruise in a cruise ship that he never would have been able to accomplish or manage on his own. And now I'd like to bring up the ducks, the Down Under cruisers, Sean and Alana. Hi guys,
Muted.
you're
You're
muted.
muted.
You're muted.
That's right. Quack, quack. I am muted.
Welcome up, guys. Thanks
Welcome
for
up.
coming and being here with us.
Thank you for having
thank-
us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Tell
Now,
us-
I've got an important question. Hang on, I've got an important question for Vanessa. You did say that Vanessa was half Jewish. I want to know, Vanessa, which half?
The badass.
The bad
What,
half.
the left foot?
They're Jewish, Vanessa.
I took a genealogy class,
Test.
genealogy, ancestry, DNA, and I'm actually Romanian Jew.
Oh God! Oh, now you're in trouble.
So is my grandmother, or was my grandmother.
Oh, so it's your fault.
What? You mean we're related?
I want to tell you that Vanessa, when she gets angry, you can tell she's Jewish.
Oh. Okay. What, smoke coming out of the ears? That's what we do.
When she was younger, I taught her everything about being Jewish. We went to temple. She celebrated Hanukkah. She celebrated Rosh Hashanah. She celebrated all of that. She was exposed to her heritage. I don't want to mislead anyone in thinking that my children were just willy-nilly led astray. They've all, now you wouldn't think so. But back
Well,
then,
they've met me, so naturally they'd be astray.
We were provided the opportunity to learn
different
about who we are, where we've come from, and our family, and that's been the biggest thing for me. I even got to grow up learning Jewish traditions because I had a half Jewish sister, and I'm very proud to say that, even though
she's developed. we pick
So,
on her.
if we're talking about Jewish things, today is the second day of the Jewish New Year. So, wishing everybody a happy New Year, and
Happy New Year as well, yes.
may all your bad things go away and only good things happen.
Exactly. Well, now that we've kind of gone through that, why don't you tell us, Sean, about the Helping Hands for Cruisers charity, so that people have an idea of what that is and
why we support it.
Why
so
we
much.
support it. Exactly.
So, Helping Hands for Cruising was set up actually over an internet chat. This young man who's to that side, yeah, that one.
Hey, Kenny.
We actually set up a group cruise, getting people to come with us on a cruise that we're planning for the 15th of October of 2022. And we asked Kenny, do you want to join us? And Kenny goes, sure, I'd like to join. I've never been on a cruise, never seen the ocean, never been to the beach. I want an opportunity to go. So we said, okay, we'll talk to our travel agent, a lady by the name of Cindy Spiker. So away it went, and then Kenny got back the amounts, and I messaged him and I said, "So Kenny, are you going to be coming on?" And he goes, "Well, no." And I go, "Why is that, buddy?" He goes, "Well, it'll take me 355 million years to be able to pay off that and afford it." So I thought, well, Kenny's a smart kid. Kenny has actually got a lot of potential, and he's done a lot of things with the mindset that he has. He is the most incredible. I know Kenny shouldn't be. Kenny, you're in the wrong chat right now. Kenny is.
I'm going to put him on the spot in a minute, Sean. Don't worry.
Well, his positive, his inspirational, his motivational, is all those things. Aspirational.
Anything that, and don't take this the wrong way, Kenny, anything that most able-bodied people are afraid to do, Kenny takes the bull by the horns and just does. And subsequently, I was watching a video by a guy called Darian from Magnificent Germany with Darian. And Darian was actually talking about Kenny going to a place called Anarubi Falls. And we were, a bunch of people, Raphael Viso and a couple of other people, Blake from Rayleigh Creative Travels, and Darian, they were all there at this particular place in Helen, Georgia, and Kenny was walking up this hill, and it just melted me. I thought, here is a man who's got so much ambition, has a bucket load of issues, but has so much ambition, and he made it. He did it. He put everybody else to shame, because I'm pretty sure there would have been a couple of able-bodied people that would have gone, no, can't do this. And Kenny did it. And I thought, well, you know what? There's a guy that deserves to go on a cruise. And I thought, well, why don't we just set up a charity that a bucket load of people can get people such as Kenny to cruise? And at the end of the day, our mantra is, if anybody has for one reason or another a disability or the physical inability to be able to afford a cruise, has never done it before in their life, and could benefit from the opportunity, why not just do it? And so the charity has been set up. And I'm pleased to say that Kenny is our first recipient, because there's a man who actually puts me in the basement when it comes to mental attitude at times. So appreciate the opportunity to have him come up. Yeah, absolutely, Bernay. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Can I just say, it's not just people with special abilities. It could be someone who's caring for somebody else and has not had and needs a break as well. So it's a whole range of what should we say, challenges that haven't allowed you to go on a cruise before.
So just by way of a little bit of heads up, so Kenny's our first recipient, but in 2023 we are looking at the possibility of having 3 cruises in different locations around the world. So right now we have a cruise being put together out of the UK with a couple of people there assisting us. We're trying to do another cruise out of the US, and if Australia is fortunate enough to be able to cruise here, we will be setting up a cruise from here as well, doing exactly the same thing. So from going from 1 to possibly 3 is absolutely awesome. So we just need funds, that's all.
Do you have that clip ready available? The Helping Hands for Cruising clip, or is that something that's you don't have available, Sean?
I can bring it up.
Easily bring it up.
But you've got to press the buttons.
Okay, we were going to put it on the end, and we kind of forgot.
Oh, whoops.
Oops.
Hang on a sec. I'll just try and bring it up and see if I can.
And
Are
then
you
we're going to
standing
put
on the
the
deck
kidney
of
on
the
the
ship now
spot.
with the wind blowing in your hair, you ladies?
It's Texas, and it's been 100 plus degrees Fahrenheit the last week and a half. Even though it's 8 p.m., it is still pretty darn toasty inside.
I'll let you know what it is.
Well, we're very envious.
We've got fans going. It looks fabulous, right?
It does look, yes.
It's like girl
Yes,
thing with
and Vanessa too.
You should see what it's doing to my
It's
hair.
blown all short. It's so strong. It's blown Sean's hair off over here.
I don't know if you can see this.
No, we'll just tell them.
It's
an app, and it
oh,
says
here,
that it's
do a centigrade.
It says 28 degrees centigrade Celsius
In the
Nice.
house.
Very
inside.
nice.
That's 83 Fahrenheit.
And the outside
Is 93
or 35
or 35
Celsius.
Yeah, that's warm.
35 is
that's
an,
nice and warm.
That's an average
It's not
Melbourne.
hot, it's warm.
No, but that's an average
That's
Melbourne summer.
outside. And it's dark. The sun's set.
My body doesn't have the ability to regulate its own temperature because that's part of my illness. The MS causes me not to be able to regulate my body's temperature, so I overheat really quickly.
Do you see this mug?
Yes.
Failure, not an option.
Yeah, this is Kenny.
That's a neat mugger.
Yep, but it's a mug that actually represents you, my friend. Failure is not an option. That's your mindset. That's what we like. Hey, hit the button.
Oh, I see.
There we go.
Have you ever dreamt about taking a cruise on one of them fancy boats, soaking up the beauty and the magic just to free your soul? It's floating on the ocean, just a notion that seems out of reach. One thing on your bucket list is just to go and see the beach. You wanna see the world, but something always holds you back. You got that itching feeling, but your dreams got hijacked. There's lots of people out there that never get to cruise, but helping hands is helping making dreams come true.
Helping hands for cruising, cruising. Helping hands for cruising, cruising. Helping hands for cruising. Making your dream a reality.
You know you gotta do the things you've only dreamed about. Don't let anything stop you thinking you can't go all out. You can do the things you never thought were possible with helping hands to help you get there. Even oceans are no obstacle. You wanna see the world, but something always holds you back. You got that itching feeling, but your dreams got hijacked. There's lots of people out there that never get to cruise, but helping hands is helping making dreams come true.
Helping hands for cruising, cruising. Helping hands for cruising, cruising. Helping hands for cruising. Making your dream a reality.
So if you ever dreamed about taking a cruise in one of them big old boats, soaking up that sun, feel that breeze, yeah, there is still hope. Don't let the ocean be a notion that is out of reach. Let's get together, help each other, and go see the sea. You wanna see the world, but something always holds you back. You've got that itching feeling, but your dreams got hijacked. There's lots of people out there that never get to cruise, but helping hands is helping making dreams come true.
Helping hands for cruising, cruising. Helping hands for cruising, cruising. Helping hands for cruising. Making your dream a reality. Helping hands for cruising, cruising. Helping hands for cruising, cruising. Helping hands for cruising. Making your dream a reality.
Okay.
Thank you to FatMat for creating and producing that brilliant piece of work.
You took that right out of my
Amazing.
mouth.
Amazing.
Go
I
back
just shared Fat Matt's channel in the chat there.
Thank you.
Having a little bit of technical difficulties.
Over here.
Mom, please. It's frozen.
We can
We
hear
can hear
you.
you, but
You're
we can't-
frozen,
but
but
you're
You're frozen, Mom.
we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. No, it says page unresponsive. You can wait for it to become responsive or exit the page.
Wait.
Just wait. You'll come back.
I've been waiting.
And you know what? Seeing as it is 35 degrees out
Oh, there
there,
you are.
you do need
we
to
are.
thaw out. So So just switch off the fan, and you will thaw out. And you there you are.
We're back.
Switch off the fan.
We're back.
I also want to thank FatMat Adventures for our new intro. I'm not sure if everybody got to see it, but it will be a staple on the beginning of our videos from now on. He's very creative. He does logos. He does wonderful things like you saw. And his link is in the chat. Kenny put it up. No, Kenny.
Now, Kenny, I got to ask Kenny a quick question there. In your logo there, mate, how old were you when that picture was taken?
It was just a couple of weeks ago, actually. Boondocking with Boomer used this program. He not only did it for me, he did it for a couple other YouTubers as well. He did it for Hildy, as a matter of fact. Or Hilda, but he used this program called Viola. It's some type of cartoon program that you can take pictures with and make them into cartoon form.
Well, it makes you look at least 25 years younger. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, I am 26. Fixing to turn 27 on the 27th of this month.
Oh, good on you.
Oh, happy early birthday. 20 more days.
Thank you.
We'll have to make a big deal out of it,
Yep.
So, Kenny.
Yes.
Let's hear about your schooling and your graduation and what inspired you to go to mechanic school.
Well, I graduated from Northeast State Community College, which is a technical. You can go either for your certificate program or you can go for a degree. So I went for auto mechanics for two years, and I've just ever since I was, as the old saying goes, ever since I was knee high to a grasshopper, I've always liked tools, anything with tools, motors, anything to take some apart and put back together. I've always liked the sounds of motors. So, and I still do today. So, and also my cousin, when I was younger, he also let me ride on his riding lawnmower. So I got to ride on his riding lawnmower. So, and he also worked on cars. So I helped him out quite a bit as well. So that's kind of what got me into wanting to work on cars.
That's awesome. This is kind of a kind of off question, but when you see an obstacle in your way, whether it's a physical obstacle or a emotional obstacle, a lot of people have like a mantra, a saying they say in their head, I can do this. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
This is good. I want to do this. I enjoy this. Do you have a mantra that you say in your head when things get tough?
I just don't let things get me down much. I usually find a way to do it. I actually
the will is a way.
Yes. So I usually just I might do it a lot different than others, but I usually find a way to do it. And I've actually fooled a lot of people that have told me that they I have some people that have said that I'd never be able to do it, but I've actually fooled them. So, uh,
May that be a doctor.
and
Doctors
they're
are
like,
known for that
"Wow, how
one.
like." uh,
I love
because
his laugh.
they see me open the hood on a vehicle. They're like, "You can't do that. You can't." They see me checking the fluids on a vehicle. They're like, "I'm like, watch me. You will see." And
Bravo.
so, but now I will admit I do have certain things that I cannot reach. As
Well, of
far as
course.
like, but I will admit to that. Uh, but most things I can reach. I can reach, like the oil and the brake fluid and the water and things like that. But the transmission dipstick and the power steering where it's located at, I have a hard time reaching that. I usually have to have help with that, but usually, but for most things, as you probably have seen, I actually had to have a little help with getting the starter on the truck on my channel. I had help with that. So, but
Now,
Hey, Kenny. Hey,
yes,
Kenny, I've got an idea for you. Why don't we together invent a special type of suspension on the vehicle that will lower the vehicle so you can get the stuff in and out?
well, some do. Buses have a air system that you can lower the front
Yeah. But
end back and
I'm talking about ordinary vehicles, right? When Kenny comes up, the vehicle bends down so that Kenny can get in and check the
well,
fluids and change the starter motor.
I don't think it'll work out too good. I don't think. I don't know. We might. I don't know.
There you go. Hours
I
for
think we
you
need to
planning.
lift Kenny because there are wheelchairs. I had one that will lift your bum up, lift like your whole bum up about 3 feet, and then stand you up straight up so you can reach in.
Yeah,
I had a
but
wheelchair like
But
that
but
when I
hang on,
lived.
Lorraine. Hang on. We're talking about Kenny here, who refuses to sit in a wheelchair
I
and
know.
wants to walk everywhere, right? So we've either got to raise the ground or lower the vehicle. I think lowering the vehicle is much easier.
Possibly, yeah. Well, then,
What do you reckon,
like
Kenny?
a pit, and then he
Yeah.
could lower the vehicle into the pit, like drive it in. You know how they have lifts go up? Well, they have in some places they have a pit where they go, the mechanics, because
Go
Vanessa
under the
used to
car.
work for one, they go
Mm.
underneath and change the oil. My daughter
Mm.
used to work for one and change oil. Why not have it so the lift instead of goes up goes down so that the car is lower than Kenny?
Mm.
No, that's too easy. Kenny and I have to do the impossible.
You're just being Sean.
That's not too difficult,
I
seriously.
saw. I saw a feature. It was on RVing with G's live stream. He was actually showing me a feature where that it's like one of them what do you call it? Them creepers that they use
Oh yeah,
to crawl
For under,
to crawl underneath
yeah,
things.
the creeper.
This
Yep.
this one was specially built to where you could it would like literally raise you up. It was a creeper. It would. I don't know if you remember that night, Lorraine. Was you on that live stream when he showed that?
yeah, I think I was in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought because he asked me a while back if I back when he showed that if I'd be able to use if I thought that'd be something I'd be able to use, and I said, well, I don't really know because I have to try something out before I can actually say, yeah, I can use it.
Right. You wouldn't want someone to spend the money to to buy you one until you know,
Until I know for sure
and you
whether
wouldn't
I
want
can
to buy
use it or
one
not.
yourself without knowing as
I'm
well.
kind of like that with pants.
What? You've got to try the pants on before you buy them.
Yeah.
So if you've got no pants on, now hang on a minute. You got no pants on.
she's
You
got no
walk into a
pants on
shop
now.
and say, "Seriously,
Like that with Christmas.
My
yeah, I am actually."
pajamas. Okay.
No, that's a regular shirt. I'm wearing a dress.
Well, I was wearing a dress this morning, and Ilana told me to take it off.
You're sounding robotic there, Sean.
Robotic. Okay, I said.
The real Sean's out. This is his
No.
This new robot.
his artificial intelligence double.
Carry on, please.
I just
Complete
meant I would rather
silence.
know something fit before I purchased it. That's what like changing rooms are for.
Yeah, that's
But you
Sean
can't
has
always do that with heavy machinery type things. Like a loan system to try it out before you made a full purchase. Right?
correct.
That's kind of what I
she
meant.
Oh, with pants.
With pants.
With pants.
Can I
You see-
borrow
you
these
see-
for like 2 days and then I'll bring them back?
You want to loan
Or
the
I'll pay
pants
for them
before
when I
you
come
try
back.
them.
Yeah.
Now I understand why on cruise ships they don't give you dressing gowns, because you'll borrow them and then return them, right?
Yeah, no,
Exactly.
that cotton plush robe that they let you poolside, it's coming home.
Pay enough for it.
Exactly.
Right.
All expenses paid, including the robe.
The basket, that's right.
They-
the robe.
Yeah,
I paid for it. It's coming home.
Oh,
that's what's covering your chair, a robe.
that's why we bring an empty suitcase onto
Oh
the ship.
boy, Kenny.
That looks nice. Oh, that'll go in. No.
Souvenirs.
I told Sean
Yes,
if he didn't
correct.
I told Sean last night if he didn't behave, you and I were going to go on a spending spree on the ship. And he turned 5 shades of red. I've never seen him that red. I'm like, oh my goodness, did I hit a nerve?
That's a good bribe. That's a very good bribe for him. I'll take a credit card and go mad. Yes.
Buy now, pay later.
I will anyway. It doesn't matter. Don't I? Yes.
Now I know why I increased my credit line for the cruise.
Oh,
It will be fun.
So,
Wow,
I'm
you
just-
get red.
I'm just thinking about Kenny enjoying the cruise. He's going to taste test everything.
Everything.
He'll walk on board the cruise, and then somebody will stick a drink in his hand, and he'll go,
Let me get my
today I'm taste testing. Hang on, I got to do it right. Today I'm taste testing orange juice.
was he close, Kenny? Say it. You say it, Kenny.
I just say Ford man here.
Yeah, you missed the intro. Ford man here.
Kenny, I want to,
Today.
Kenny, have you tasted anything that's less than a 10 out of 10?
Yes.
Oh, I know avocado. I know.
Well, now I
What
will
mayonnaise
say
and
the
mustard.
chicken feet was the chicken feet was a 6. Was a 6.
Oh, was it?
And
Don't bring it.
avocado was a 1.
That
What?
that sandwich with the mayonnaise and cheese. What was that sandwich they made you
It
eat?
was okay. I didn't have any cheese on it, but it was a peanut butter, pickle, and mustard sandwich.
Yeah, that'd be about a minus 10, I think.
And
I think without the peanut
that
butter,
was
it wouldn't
actually
be
a
too
1
bad.
on that.
The thing about it is Kenny was brought up to eat everything on his plate. So when
Yeah,
he made that sandwich, I was too. When he made that sandwich, he took a bite and I thought he was going to hurl. And he said, "It's a one, it's a one. I got to go and finish my sandwich." And I know for sure that he ate it, but he was regretting that sandwich for quite a long time because he would never have thrown it away. Right, Ken? You would never throw food away.
I, I don't hardly I don't hardly ever do that. Now I will admit I did wound up that sandwich was that bad. I didn't wound up finishing it.
You threw it
So
out? Good.
I threw it out after that.
I don't blame you.
that's where it's, yeah,
Now-
sounds like
now-
it belongs in the
Now,
bin.
Kenny, here's the question. If you threw it out, was Pa in the way when you threw it
No,
out, or did you actually miss him?
gone somewhere. I think he was going to the store or something. He was
He was gone. He didn't know.
I think Papa wouldn't have let him eat it or make it in the first place.
Well, he just the thought of that, it was making him sick.
Yeah.
So
I've
Did your
heard
dog actually get a chance to taste it?
the
no,
dog.
she probably would have. She probably would have. That dog eats anything, whether it's food or dog food.
It is.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So I want to talk a little bit about our plans for our YouTube channel and a little bit about, some of you know that I'm saving up for a handicap bus to convert into a tiny home to be able to travel. Right now we live in the great state of Texas, in the desert part of Texas.
Hang on.
And-
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How do you spell that word great? Is it Grate or Great?
Both. Both. It grates on your nerves. If I get bit by one more scorpion, I'm going to flip my lid because I have gotten bit by scorpions, 3 scorpions in the last 2 months in my house. I got
Did you-
pictures of them climbing the walls. Scorpions.
Did you tell them that if they bite you, you're going to bite them back?
Oh, I mashed the heck out of them. And I'm allergic too, so it's like they bite me. It stings worse than a bee. It feels like you got shot with an electric current. It
Yikes.
just goes, at least for me, maybe it's because of my MS and my nerves are bad, but it feels like a jolt of electricity.
Wow.
And so it really hurts. So I have to take Benadryl or I'll be in trouble. But yeah, I go around mashing them when I get a hold of them. So we're hi Red, how are you today?
G'day, Red.
Hey, Red.
What concert are you seeing?
She's at a concert.
Well, let us know when you can.
Oh, that's nice that people can go out to concerts. We can't go anywhere.
Hey, what?
I
What
have
are
a
you talking
concert
about?
later this month too.
We can go to the bathroom.
Oh, yes, we can go to the front gate and back.
You can put your Bluetooth speakers on loud and sit out front and have your own personal concert.
That we can do.
Out front?
didn't
No, we're
say
not
that-
allowed to do that.
Oh, we have to be inside by 9 p.m. though, the
That's
curfew.
correct.
Oh.
Well then they come get you for noise anyway, right?
What
have
noise? We
certain
would love
times-
noise.
We can't
We
have
would absolutely love noise. If we had noise, that we'd know that there's a party going on.
right. We're allowed to play anything really loud up until 10 or
I
midnight.
think it's midnight.
It's midnight here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
no.
supposed to turn it down.
we see if we're outside the front door after 9 o'clock, we can get a how much fine?
We'll get a slap on the wrist. I don't know.
I think it's close to.
See,
I think it's
some
close to
tickets.
$5,000 or something like that.
No.
Yeah, it's a fine. It's a big fine.
That's a lot.
Us, New Zealand had one COVID case today, just one, and they locked down New Zealand.
Yeah, that's right.
Kiwis are a little overreactive.
So
Kiwi has got New Zealand's got about 5 million people in it, and it is pristine country, and literally they have little to none of this virus,
right,
Keep it
and
that
they want
way.
to keep it that way,
and
and
keep
so
everybody out, and it's
Yeah.
a good idea.
yeah. But we've had a huge rush on our hospitals. We've had 248 people come down with COVID today.
Oh,
Today.
they're starting to ration more and more health services in Texas and I think Utah or Ohio.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Several states are just limiting, and the beds are full.
they're
Yeah.
going to decide. They get to decide if you're deserving or ill enough or whatever their criteria is, whether you get a bed or not,
Well,
whether you
that's
get on a respirator or not,
wow.
whether
Well, I
you
think
get
that's
to live or not.
Yeah. Well, that's the worry here, I think, with overcrowding of hospitals. We just can't cope. So that's why we're in lockdown, because they want to try and contain it for that very reason, to save the healthcare system.
Easy.
We've got
A couple of days ago, was it a couple of days ago or a week now? I dislocated my shoulder, and
Did you find it?
I wanted to go to the hospital, and I'm not one to go to the hospital. So I took muscle relaxers and I put it back in myself because I was afraid to go to the hospital. So now I can use it. But
Wow. Good
it
on
still
you.
hurts.
Ooh.
It still hurts all up in here. But
Lorraine, you're too far away for a massage.
I got myself a new chair for here. It's
Vibrating. It's got a nice lumbar support.
It's a gamer chair, and it has a heat and massage lumbar support, and it's got extra padding, so that
Nice.
you're sitting here going, "Hi guys, how's everything going? I'm enjoying my chair." So the bus, back to the bus.
Yes.
They used to cost $3,000. Now they're up to $10,000 because of lumber and the price of food. It's just crazy. So had I bought that same bus, it would have been $3,000. Now it's $10,000.
Now,
Which
by
is
my reckoning, if that same bus,
the same bus.
if you could have got it for $3,000 and it's exactly the same vehicle and it hasn't been sold,
Oh no, I meant
they're
the
probably
same.
dreaming.
No, the same make, model, all that. Not the very same vehicle, but the place where I get them is in Arizona, so there's no rust, and they work on them there, and they have spare parts and everything. But they get them from the school systems when the school systems trade out the buses, and they had one last year that they sold. That's the one that was $3,000. And then they had got two more about a month ago. And I called them and I said, "How much are they now?" And he says, "Oh, they're 9 going on 10 now, $10,000." And I said, "Wow." And he goes, "Yeah, had I known, I would have told you to buy it last year." And I'm like, none of us knew all this was going to happen last year. I mean, I could have bought it last year, but I was waiting for, my son to come home and some of the different things that were going on in my life at the time to change. And yeah, so we're working on saving for a bus that we can't afford. But we have everything to convert it, except for water tanks and solar batteries, a solar system. But we have everything else for it.
And Lorraine, you're planning to what? Drive around the country?
Yeah. We were trying to get the bus so we could go to Miami so that I could just get on the cruise with you all. And the girls were going to be staying in the bus in the campground while I went on the cruise. And then after the cruise, we were going to drive up to Orlando and go to Disney. But I didn't, the bus is out of reach now. So I might just be flying down and meeting y'all down there.
You said flying. Are you going to be using your arms, or are you going to get in an airplane?
An airplane was I'll dislocate my arms and I'll fall.
I tried flapping, but I just fell off the roof.
We're practicing our takeoffs.
Oh, okay. You know how long it is to go over the ocean, right? You're going to get a little tired.
Very tiring, yes. We have to sit up on
Australia
our calves.
Yeah.
I'll let
We've
you
got a
borrow
car
my
load.
broom.
You've overweight baggage as it is.
Vanessa will send you her broom. You can fly away on her broom.
Yes, we've got our stink vacuum plugged in.
You're gonna Hoover your way over.
Being charged.
Talking about the broom, Vanessa, how good are you at Quidditch?
2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up.
I'm a seeker.
You're a seeker, right? Okay, you found the snitch then, have you?
Yep.
Golden
She actually really is an empath, which means she feels other people's pain.
Yeah.
I do too. That's like, you can do anything to me and I really don't cry. But you do something to someone else and it affects me, I cry. Yeah. Sean.
I don't want to feel my pain.
I've got, oh, God. Okay.
Oh, blocking the brain waves. I get it now.
No,
You need a tinfoil hat.
Yeah, like Solex. You need an aluminum foil hat.
Excuse me. Do not put me and Solex in the same discussion.
Same sentence. Right. Yeah, sorry.
Nobody is like Solex.
He's the only alien I know.
Who's earthbound and can't get in his flying saucer to get out.
Oh, him and Troy.
Well, I'd really hate to do this, but it is almost 10 minutes till 9 o'clock, and I need to eat something because I have diabetes type 2, and my diabetes, unfortunately, has been going like this on me lately. So I need to leave and eat
some
something
food.
for dinner.
Get some food.
Thank you for coming, Vanessa.
Absolutely. And Kenny, congratulations on everything. You rock,
Thank you.
dude.
Thank you. I look forward to actually getting to meet you in person one day.
One day it will happen. I guarantee it.
I'm gonna drag her to Miami
Oh, God.
to see us off at the cruise.
You can
With
drag her
love
by
that.
the hair. You can't drag me by the hair.
No.
If she touches my hair, she's going to end up in big trouble.
Why? She washed it when you were a baby.
I brought you into this world.
And I can take you out. I know. Been there, done that. Okay.
Been around that bush.
Nice to meet you,
Nice to
Vanessa.
meet you, Vanessa.
Nice to meet you, Vanessa.
We'll drag
I
you
love
up
you
here
all.
again.
Get some
Love
food.
you. Take care.
My family's eccentric. I have quite a group.
Like mother, like children.
Who wants to be
No.
ordinary, Lorraine? Really?
Oh,
It's good to be
she's
eccentric.
she's
Why would you want to
fine.
be ordinary and like everybody else?
Yeah, they're not. I let them do their thing, you know. I let them do whatever they feel
Yeah.
comfortable because it's their life and their body and their
That's it.
beliefs and
That's
As
it.
long as we're not hurting ourselves,
Or
hurting
someone else.
others, or doing anything majorly illegal.
Correct.
majorly illegal, anything illegal.
Correct.
A few cases of arson wasn't that bad. I was how old was
She's
I?
teasing. When she was little, she talked her brother into lighting a fire in some leaves that got a hold of a tree, which got
Oh,
a hold
dear.
of another tree.
We
So,
have
I
Well,
won't.
that wasn't the intention to start with. That was the thing, you know. I'm
I
sure.
won't tell you about what we did about 5 weeks ago with the arsenic. The rodents that ate them. I'm sorry.
You got rid of all the rats in the basement.
Ah, shut up.
Shh, it's between us.
Sean,
Don't tell
Sean,
Troy.
Sean, I just block them. I don't poison them.
That's very strange. We don't even have a basement.
Neither do we. Our house is on
It's the basement in here,
We don't.
in his imagination.
We don't have a basement.
the attic is upstairs.
So what's the hole underneath the stairs?
That's the Harry Potter. We have a cupboard that we call Harry Potter because it's
Oh,
under
there
the
you
stairs.
go.
We have the Harry Potter cupboard.
We're on 4-foot stilts because of
They've
floodwaters.
got a basement.
I know. Well, most people in the States have basements. We don't.
Well, you can see right through it.
Yeah, there's
Yes,
like
I understand.
lattice
It's like-
fencing, and then it's open air.
It's-
There's no
it's-
infield. Just
Yeah,
dirt.
it's made to let the floodwaters go under
Yes.
the house without ripping the house off.
Yes, houses in Queensland are built like that, up on stilts, exactly
Yeah.
with open. Yep.
Yeah, that's our house.
Mhm.
We're the only ones though right here. Even our landlord isn't up. She gets water in her house.
Mm.
We're lucky.
Oh, floodwaters.
Floodwaters. We've had so much weird things going on over here.
Mm.
You guys too, right? You had floods and you've been having quite the weird weather too.
Well, we have we have droughts, and then we have bushfires, and then when we needed the rain to put out the bushfires, then it rains, but then it rains and rains and rains, and then we have flooding. Can't
So,
win.
like, monsoon
There's
season.
no in between. It's all of the extreme.
It's extreme, exactly.
And
Yeah.
then we get the bars that you see behind us, right?
And then we get this. Yeah.
The permanent.
The lockdown.
And we're on the Mexican border, so we have border patrol and state police at the end of our driveway, and a camera out in front. And my landlord has cameras all around.
Mm.
Yeah, right on the Mexican border.
That would be interesting.
You were going to say something, Kenny.
Hildy had a question for you, Lorraine.
Oh,
Oh, do I want to buy a bus for $3,000? I know a few that are selling buses for that much. It would have to be one with. I have a lift. Troy found me a lift for $60, so I can have a bus without a lift, but I need to double the doors in the back, not in the very back, but on the side of the back, so that the lift can go in, because a lot of people rip the lifts out to convert them, but I have to have a lift because I have to use my wheelchair. Unlike Kenny, who gets to not use his wheelchair. I'm jealous. I'll fall down.
Lorraine, we have to step out. We have a couple of other appointments we need to take care of.
Thank you for coming.
I'd like to thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. Rebecca,
we-
lovely to meet you.
we know that
Nice to meet you.
this channel is going to do amazing things. So just keep up the good work.
We try to improve it every time we come up. Every time we
And
go
And
on.
we hope you get your bus soon. We'll find a way of making that happen.
Yeah, I'm looking. We have a PayPal. We were gonna do a streaming thing, that we didn't get to do. But yeah, every time we come up, we'll have added a little bit more as we get more knowledge in technology and how to do this.
You keep that up. You keep doing good things. Kenny, you're awesome, mate. I'll catch you around the traps.
Good to see you, Kenny.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Oh,
Look
it's
forward-
Penny. He's such a multitasker. You know, he's got
Always.
He's the
everything
only
going
male I
on.
know that's part female.
Yeah, I had Drevo wheels running on the phone over here. while
Well,
Don't
thank
spread
you
that
for
to the
all
world,
your
Kenny.
help. God
Pleasure.
bless you guys. Happy New Year to you
Thank
both.
you.
I hope
Happy New
this
Year.
year is better for you all.
Thank you very much. You take care.
Take care now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Love you guys.
Look.
Hi, Kenny.
Hi.
I guess it's just me and you now.
It always ends up me and you,
Eh?
doesn't it? Is it me? We always end up here like this.
Yeah.
So tell us about how fun Branson was.
Oh, it was a blast. I got to ride a few rides, fire in the hole. Mystic River Falls, I think it was.
Cat crossing.
And I can't remember something mines.
You enjoy rides. How do you know which ones are suitable and which ones aren't?
Well, the Mystic River, it wasn't really that rough. I mean, it's basically just a water ride,
Uh-huh.
and you get wet for sure, and it is
That's half the fun.
it does help cool you down when you're out in the 80, 90 degree weather.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, it must have been humid because
It was
it's
it was hot,
Wow.
and I got to ride the train, of course.
I love the train. Any place that has a train, we're on it. We love the train.
Yeah.
They're playing with each other.
And
Yeah, I want to show her off. Come here.
I can't think of it's something mines, that one boat ride where you just shoot darts.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can't remember what the actual Danny would know because he's been there
Willow.
several hundred times. Danny from Griswold Family Baking.
Yeah. You know what's really odd is where I grew up, there was a family named Griswold.
Mm-hmm.
And the pond in front of the house was Griswold Pond. So I was like, Danny, did you have any family up there? He never answered me.
Yeah.
But it's, that's
Yeah.
not a common name you hear a lot. And there was a Danny Griswold in that family.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe, but he never, I don't know.
When I've seen Karen Griswold in some of the chats that I go on,
Yeah.
like the cruising channels and stuff, I see Karen Griswold. I'm thinking, is that in relation to, And Danny said no. Said that's no relation.
Yeah, that's funny. There's a lot of Griswolds we just don't know about.
Yeah.
But, I go to Nova Scotia in Canada and go into the shopping mall and people come up to me and go, oh, which one are you?
Mhm.
And then I have to say, the granddaughter of this lady, my mother's name was this, and I'm named after my mother.
Mhm.
Or, because my dad's family was from there too, I have to go, okay, so my dad was this, my grandfather's name was this, and go down the line, and I end up finding out that half the people in the mall are related. I get
Mhm.
stopped every like 5 feet. I can't even go grocery shopping up there.
Can't go grocery shopping?
Not without running into a relative.
Now, Nova Scotia, where all of our family is
We all look alike.
Hmm.
I have a second cousin who looks like my identical twin. When my grandmother died, everybody walking down to sit down during the funeral called me my second cousin's name. And I said, I'm not Debbie, I'm Lorraine, I'm sorry. And I said, see, I'm sitting with my mother. And my mother's like elbowing me and says, if they call you Debbie, just say, oh, hi. And I'm like, no, she's not, she had issues. I don't want them to think I'm her. You know what I mean? I'm a good Christian little girl, and she was a little not so Christian like. So I didn't want them thinking I was her because she made quite a few mistakes at that age. And we were just 17, and she had made quite a few mistakes that I didn't want pinned on me, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, definitely. If I had the opportunity to go again, I'd definitely go back to Branson.
I want to find a way, and I was talking to Sean. I don't know how we'd be able to do this, but because of finances. But I wanted to be able to, after the cruise, be able to take you to Disney World at least for a day or two. Because I'll have the lift and a bed and a shower. Well, it's like a tub with a seat, but a shower in the bus. And it's all handicap accessible, and your walker would be able to fit down the aisle of the bus and all that.
Okay. Yeah. Because I when I was in Branson, I was in Red's RV, and I told Red that if I do get in the shower, I do have to have a seat because there's just no way I can stand, without uh, uh, falling on my face or something, and
Right. I'll be having it'll be a seat, and you'd be able to, because I can't do it either. I have to have a
I
seat,
know that.
and then I have to have handrails to help me get up from the seat and be able to get out. So it's all handicap accessible because I'm able to do a lot now, but as my MS gets worse, I'll be able to do less and less and less and less. So the bus has to be built for when I can't do hardly anything, so that I don't have to redo it or add to it later. I want it fully capable to be accessible from now till I can't move around. You know what I mean? I'm trying to, I know that I'll get to a point where I won't be able to move because everything will just lock up and, you know, um, my arms will stop moving, be like frozen in place, and I won't be able to move. And So I want the bus to be my lifetime home and then leave it to my children,
Mhm.
you know. So they'll have a legacy and have a home that no one will be able to take away. We've lost 3 homes because of hurricanes. We lost a home because of the family dispute.
That's the reason why. That's the reason why Dad has set up everything to where this house is mine, to where it's
Well,
really,
I thought my dad did.
yeah.
He set it up so it was mine, and then when I passed away, it was hers. Then when her children got to be 21, then it had to be sold and divided the money up between all the children.
Mm-hmm.
But my siblings were allowed to come in the house
Mm-hmm.
and make sure that I wasn't ruining the house.
Mm-hmm.
But they took advantage of the fact that there was no set schedule for that. Like every 6 months or once a year wouldn't have been bad, but they were coming every week with video cameras and opening my closets and opening my dresser drawers and opening the cabinets and the refrigerator and going through the kids' backpacks from school to see what their grades were. That's not checking on the house. That's looking for a reason to find me as an unfit mother, find me as being destructive or whatever. That was just
Mm-hmm.
so my psychiatrist, because it was really starting to get me upset, said if you don't want a nervous breakdown, you would be better off just to let the house go. Let them take it and divide it up, sell it, divide it up, because none of them were allowed to purchase it.
Mm-hmm. And
So
yeah.
that's what I did. I bought a house here in Texas and I left that one for them to divide up, and I ended up with hardly any money. They found a way of making it so that I ended up with basically no money.
Ooh, that's sad.
Yeah, it's not right. So then, then I had to provide for my children as a single parent again
Yeah.
with no roof and no nothing. So I had to buy a house in Texas. Thank goodness I was still working and still a minister and being able to earn enough money and had good enough credit to buy a home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my dad not only set up the house, but he also set up the vehicles to where,
So
uh,
they were yours.
yeah, so
Yeah,
I could still go and get the tags and the registration and all that, and get them registered and things. And
right. My dad left me his car too. That's the only thing he really left that they couldn't take away was
so,
that. So
because I like I said, I can always I know somebody personally that's in a wheelchair. He doesn't drive very much either, and he has his own vehicles, and he gets somebody to drive him around all the time too. He's
I can drive, but she's my chauffeur.
yeah,
Yep.
but like I said, that they thing about it with me is that I be a danger to other people, not only to myself but a danger to other people. So that because I have to go through so much special treatment to be able to get my license, I have to go through special training and all that, and it's just not it's for what you had to for what you had to go through. It's just not worth the money because I mean it costs, like I said,
Right. They have to adapt the steering wheel and all the gas and brake
Yeah.
to the steering wheel because you're unable to use your feet. So everything,
I have some mobility in my feet and things, but not enough to be able
but
to
not
work.
accurate enough to be
No.
precise when
And
driving.
they said that my reaction time with my hands and stuff is just too slow. I wouldn't be able to react fast enough, and
Right.
reaction time and the peripheral vision is not good either. So
Right, right. So it's important to have a reliable person to drive
yeah,
for you.
I just have to make sure that they have a driver's license themselves, and that the vehicle that they're driving has
Insurance and all that.
insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
um, but and what they charge for public transportation around here is ridiculous.
I'm allowed through Medicaid and Medicare, I'm allowed to call and have a handicap bus
Yeah.
for doctor's appointments and groceries.
I think so.
I think
Yeah.
groceries and
Well, see, around here, you're only allowed no more than what you can carry yourself. So
really,
if you go to, if you have them take you to a store, you're
they
only
won't.
you're only allowed you're only allowed maybe one or two bags due to the space uh, of of it
Of the vehicle.
getting in the way of others and things like that, and also you have to pretty much be able to do most things for yourself, you know.
Right, yeah. I got a specialty bus to drive me from the hospital home, and the man drove like a lunatic. I was scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, my boss wouldn't let me take the time to go with her to the hospital. And then by the time she was released, it was again during my shift. She was up there for a couple days, and they wouldn't let me take the time off because I was working the graveyard shift from 10 to 6 in the morning, and it just happened to be that time frame. And the hospital she was in is about 2 hours away from our town because we're really rural in like the middle of nowhere. It's basically a truck stop town. And I ended up leaving that job because they just were so unreasonable with, it's my mom, I'm her caregiver, there's medical reasons for me to be leaving. It's important. But they wouldn't even let me be late for my shift or leave early or take care of her. So I ended up leaving that job, and I was getting benefits and I was getting a good pay. But I mean, I would rather not have benefits and have less money just so I can be able to be here when I need to.
Right. I had my kidneys were full of infection, both of them. One was a bacterial infection and one was a yeast infection, and it was like having your kidneys full of toothpaste, like that kind of, and the whole kidney was full of it. And if the sepsis wasn't taken care of, I could have ended up with dying or having my arms or my legs amputated because it would have stopped the red blood cells from going and oxygenating my extremities. And here I am by myself. And when you have that kind of infection and you have sepsis, it's hard to think straight. You know what I mean? And they're like, we want to cut you open. We want to do this. We want to do that. And I'm
'Cause
like,
you,
no, you're going to do it this way. And I want my doctor here because you guys are not paying attention to what I need. Then my doctor came in and kind of got rid of everyone. And he said, don't worry, I got you. We're going to take care of this. And because I can't, a lot of antibiotics don't work on me.
Mhm.
And with sepsis, you have to have a broad spectrum antibiotic. And then the kidneys having yeast infection and bacterial infection.
Mhm.
So yeah, so it was life or death kind of situation. And her boss was, I was being wheeled into the operating room, and I heard her boss say, if you stay with your mom, you're fired.
Wow.
And I yelled at the phone. I won't say what I said because it was all a lot of swearing words. And I said, if I pass away, I'm going to make sure that the lawyer sues you.
Mhm.
And then a bunch more swear words.
Yeah.
But I don't
Yeah.
swear.
That,
I was that sick.
yeah. My dad had turned into that when he had his gallbladder not working,
Yeah,
and
that's
they
serious pain right there.
well he woke up one morning and he got really bad sick and 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 just just couldn't hold nothing down and he was in some pain and they and, and what happened was the gallbladder had turned gangrene.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah, and
It's,
it wasn't even functioning.
right.
And
It was going to turn rancid. Well, gangrene is rancid, but it
he,
would have died and poisoned the rest of the system, just
well,
like
what
sepsis.
he did go into septic,
Oh,
but
yeah, septic shock.
but
Yeah,
but they got it in time to where he's still here today. They said if I hadn't got him there when he did, he probably wouldn't be here today.
yeah, that's exactly what they said about me.
And because
It's
I
no
had to,
joke.
I actually had to. He kind of got mad at me because I had to kind of get harsh with him to force him to go.
Yeah, she's had to do that with me. She's
And
had to yell at me and get harsh.
yeah, and I said, Dad, I said, you're going whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
And I said that because you got to go. I mean, there's just no and ifs or buts about it.
Yeah.
and they told me their stuff. I said if you hadn't got him here when you did, he probably wouldn't be here today.
you're a blessing to him, and
Yeah,
he's a blessing to you. It's like we're like that. We're like super close.
yeah.
Sometimes too close, you know.
But
The same thing with you and Pa, right?
yeah,
Sometimes it gets a little much living in the same house all the time.
it does get, especially when he's kind of stubborn. You know what I mean?
I am too. Must be our age, even though Papa's a little older than me.
Yeah. Well,
Well, it's tough. I mean, it's tough being older and being in pain all the time. and I know you're in pain all the time. And
Well, I don't hurt near as bad as some people, you know.
right,
That,
on a scale of 1 to 10,
you know, I don't, I don't really
I'm a
complain very much.
6.
I don't really complain very much.
I try not to, but um, because my channel is trying to help other people, I think I'm not necessarily trying to complain. I'm trying to explain that we have these issues, yes, but we want to encourage and inspire other people to not hide, not close themselves up, and not be part of the world because of what's going on. That there are other people out there just like them
Mm-hmm.
that are struggling and are willing to listen. Because only a person who has MS would understand another person with MS.
Mm-hmm.
Like a support group, you know, and then people with depression understand people with depression,
Or anxiety.
or anxiety, you know. And we're like a online support system, and we want people to feel like we're family and we care. Because when you're locked in, as long as everybody has been in the world locked in because of this virus, if you don't have an escape, a way to communicate with others and feel like you're part of something, it gets very lonely to be in your house, even with family members. Like, Rebecca wants to make friends with people her own age, and you're her age. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And there's no one in this town that's a good person. They're all, I don't know, how would you describe them? A lot of them take drugs. Some of them go to church, some don't. Some go to church just to make their family happy.
Yeah.
But they don't believe any of what's going on in church. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And
Most of them are just immature.
yeah,
Even the people who are like 25 and older, like my age, your age, they still act like they're in high school. They act like they're in high school, and they just, they don't care about anything but themselves and what's making them look cool, who they fit in with. They don't have morals or,
they date their own family members.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Well,
it's
see,
a small town, but
It's
still.
a very small town, but still,
Mm-hmm.
don't date family members. She went to work and she's like,
It wasn't necessarily okay. So it was a brother and a sister dating a brother and a sister, but it was like the sister of this guy, sister A and brother A, and then sister B and brother B, and were dating acrossways. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
it was weird and dramatic.
My mom tried that one. My mom was like that. She would go out here and go with anybody, and
oh boy,
yeah,
it could have been with a relative, or I mean, it was.
My grandma was like that. My grandma was like that.
So,
And my grandpa and my papa on my dad's side was like that.
Yeah. My dad tried to tell her, you don't go out with your own
blood relatives, right?
It's like, that's your cousin. Stop.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and of course, like I said before, many a times, she didn't really know how to take care of me. And she also wasn't married at the time either.
Right.
So I really don't know who, neither does my dad know who the real daddy is, for sure.
Right. So you can't even trace back for your medical
Nope.
information.
Mm-mm.
And that's the sad part of it, is you don't know where your birth defects came from.
He's
Or-
out. Yeah, he's out there somewhere,
Yeah.
or he may be in the grave. I don't know.
You know, you're not missing anything, really. You know what I mean? You have Pa. Pa's a good role model. Pa's there for you.
Yeah.
He can teach you the right ways of being a good adult male in this society, where maybe if you had met your biological father, he might have had different views and may have made you think differently than you do, and had a better not so good of an influence, because especially in your formative years, you need to have a stable male role model when you're a man. And girls need stable role models of their mom. Otherwise, they'll start picking men that aren't so great. You know what I mean? And it's rough. You know, it's rough. They know their dad, and their dad was not good. And so I'm a single mom for a long time. And I think my kids basically are good people. You know, I'm not saying we're all perfect, because no one's perfect. But you have a loving, caring papa, and you know, and he's a good man. And my dad was a good role model for my son and my children. So
Yeah, he. But and of course she would always drink and smoke all the time. So, and then what she was those things that she was putting in her body was going in mine.
in your body, right?
Yeah.
I was a fetal alcohol baby because my mother was an alcoholic. So when I couldn't breathe, my lungs were underdeveloped, and I got water on the lungs all the time. They had to hold me upside down and smack my back to get the water out of my lungs. And I almost died at a year old. And I couldn't talk or anything till I was 6 years old, going to first grade, and couldn't talk.
Yeah, that was
That was the fetal alcohol problem.
yeah. That was about the same with me. I think I was about 5 or 6 when I started. I mean, I could say a few words here and there, but
Yeah, me too. But nothing that was more than a couple of words, like I want to drink, or I want to eat, or whatever. Everything else was like garbly goop. You know, it was
yeah.
just chitter chattering, making no sense. I knew what I was thinking, but I didn't. It never. It
didn't
went from
form.
here and never came out right here. You know, that connection didn't develop very fast because the alcohol had numbed my brain so much that process was delayed. The connections to be able to talk, it was delayed. And I fell all the time. I walked, but I couldn't walk without falling. I like fell down all the time. Had like I must have looked like a baby who was drunk all the time. That's all I can say. It's like I had no equilibrium. It was just so I was a drunk person.
Yeah.
Which is sad. I mean,
Mhm.
But I'm here and I overcome it, and I've gone to college and
Yeah.
I got a 4.0 grade point average, and I just had to learn how to learn different than
Yeah, I
what was taught in school. Didn't agree with my thinking process.
had almost a 4.0 grade point average in college and in high school.
Hey, yeah,
So,
me too. It took us a while, but we developed, didn't we?
yeah, and and yeah, and it was the same way with me. Back when I had developed a what they call a heart defect type thing,
Yep.
and
A heart murmur, or did you have
it was like a hole in the heart.
a hole in your heart? Yep.
Yeah, and
That was
what had happened was they kept saying that I'd never make it to my 5th birthday, never make it to my 10th, never make it to my fifth. They
yeah,
kept
I
They'll
don't-
put a timeline on you all they want, but it's up to you. It really is.
they don't know.
Yeah,
They
so
told me 2 weeks
and,
10 years ago.
and but yeah, they but I surpassed all those years.
That
And
that cruise I took Rebecca on for her 18th birthday,
mhm,
the day before we were going to leave, the doctor gave me 2 weeks. And that's why I was sick on the cruise. All my brain had scar tissue throughout the whole brain.
mm,
And I prayed and prayed and prayed that whole 2 weeks. And you know, put my life in God's hands.
mhm,
And when I got home, they did another CAT scan, and my brain still had a little bit of scarring, which was already there from seizures and my MS causes scarring. But all the rest of the scarring went away. And I believe that God wants me here to help other people, to help
mhm,
people with issues, with difficulties,
mhm,
and to know they're not alone. I
mhm.
mean, I feel like Papa probably felt if you couldn't go in with Papa, when you go into a hospital and you have to go for surgery and you have to be cared for, and because of COVID, you can't have anyone with you, it's lonely. It's just you, the doctors, and God.
Yeah.
And your faith is what gets you through. And knowing that there's people who love you and are out there and need you.
Mm.
It's important. Our faith, no matter what we pray to, what supreme being people pray to,
Mhm,
no matter what they call it, Allah, whatever,
mhm,
it's still, that's still the basic person, the basic spirituality that drives us and
like
has a plan.
like I was always brought up in church. There's two sides to a human being. There's a spiritual side, and then there's a physical side.
Right. And when you're in that situation where it's life or death and you're alone, you put all your faith in your spiritual side to know that that's going to help you through.
Mhm,
Which is important. And like I said, it doesn't matter what religious group or religion you believe in, or like a lot of people say, how can you condone your daughter being wicked, which is a bad?
mhm,
Well, they believe in helping to save Mother Earth. They believe that we get our strength through a supreme being and the earth. And people are so ready to ruin the earth.
Mhm.
So I don't mind her being Wiccan. I don't see it as a bad thing or a negative thing because
Mhm.
it's basically, when you want to boil it down, it basically is the same as what we all believe. It's just got a different name,
Mhm.
you know?
Mhm.
So, but again, we're talking religion.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
So what's next? Mayberry?
Mayberry is next, and then I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna try to see if I can get a flight out to Quartzsite in January.
Right, right. But they don't, you got to get someone to pick you up at the airport, right?
Well, see, somebody had to pick me up in Phoenix because I was told that's where the plane's going to drop me off at, is in Phoenix.
Right. That's the closest airport.
And then somebody had to meet me in Phoenix, and then I'm either going to stay with I'm either going to stay with Box Bandy or
Is
uh
Red going?
uh
No.
yeah, but she's going to be filled. She's already going to have somebody in the RV with her already.
Oh, she's going to have guests. Okay.
Yeah, so that but
Now
I'm either gonna
that will be your first airplane
that would be
ride?
my if I do get a flight out there, because I would because Box Bandy has talked about, he said, I wish, you could come to Quartzsite. And I said, yeah, I wish I could too, but it's going to have to take some planning and some budgeting and
We know budgeting.
yeah,
I live off a disability. She works at Sonic.
because I actually they the when I checked for a flight to fly from here to, of course, they wouldn't let me fly out of the Tri-Cities airport. I had to go all the way to Knoxville to
Oh
catch
my
my
goodness.
flight. I would have had to go. I was going to see about getting a flight from here to Miami.
Mhm.
For next year
Right,
for the cruise.
right.
And so anyway, so when I checked into that, they told me, said that I would have to go catch my first flight in Knoxville, fly to Knoxville to Houston, Texas, and then fly from Houston, Texas to Miami. And they
What
told
if what
and
if you did that and I came and flew out on the same flight out of Houston? So we're together.
well, see, they told me it was going to be to do that. They told me it was going to be just to do that. It was going to be like just for a flight. It was going to be like, I think, like almost $600.
Round trip?
Just,
Well,
but see,
one
I'd
way.
have to. I would have to. I would have to catch another plane once I got to Houston, because
Right,
that plane from Knoxville is only going to take me from Knoxville to Houston, and then I'd have to catch another one when I got to Houston.
right. You just tell them you're handicapped, right? And what they do is they'll grab your walker and they'll
Mm-hmm.
put you in a wheelchair and hurry you up to the other gate.
They have attendants that will almost pretty much escort you straight through.
They got wheelchairs. They'll throw you in it.
But then,
They are kind of manhandly though. They'll
but
just
then I,
push
but
you
then
real
I
fast.
thought, and then we had decided, and then we had made the decision. I think the final decision that we have made is, I think Blaine from Regular Creative Travel, either Blaine or maybe Dad might take me to Helen, Georgia, or
Uh-huh.
somewhere near where Darian lives, Magnificent Germany, where Darian lives in Georgia.
Oh, that would be probably better.
And then Darian is going to take me from Georgia to Miami because
Oh, okay.
he's going on the exact same cruise.
That would be easier on you and a lot cheaper.
Yeah, yeah.
Can Papa drive that far to and from without?
Yeah, I've already made reservations for Helen, Georgia meetup in March of 2022.
Yeah, I got to do that. We're gonna come see you.
I'm hoping to actually be able to meet up with a couple other YouTubers that are not far from Helen, Georgia. I don't know if you know. Do you know Holy Spirit Firefall and God's Girl Creations?
I'm not subscribed, but I've heard you talk about them. I probably should subscribe to them.
If you're really into inspirational
I am.
if you're into inspirational type things, type readings and things like that, biblical readings and things like that, and also gospel music. She sometimes has gospel music on her channel, and
Right. I'm a Christian minister. I enjoy all that. I just don't. It's not.
You're kind of like me. You don't express it out as often.
I don't preach on my channel, and I try not to get too open or into,
because
there's so many people.
I've learned from my experience when I've tried to do that, it turns people away, and they're like, they're what, like,
Yeah.
I don't want.
I'm sure that we've lost people just talking the way we've been talking tonight.
Yeah.
Normally I have 21 or so people.
Then the side of me brings me to that scripture in the Bible that says we are supposed to go out and be a light unto the world.
Exactly.
We're supposed to go out and tell people about,
about the preachings and the teachings of the Lord. We are teachers. A minister is not God. They're not necessarily extruding the fact that they're connected spiritually to the Lord. You're supposed to be teaching the gospel. You're supposed to be teaching what Jesus taught his disciples. You're supposed to be teaching, not superior than them, not condescending.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to love everyone. And I see so many churches tell anyone in the LGBT community that they're not allowed in the church. If we teach what we're supposed to teach, people will learn. If we turn people away and shun them, they're not going to learn.
And we're going to be held responsible for when our time comes.
Why did we shun those people? The first thing out of his mouth is going to be, why did you shun your fellow man? Why? Why didn't you teach and help your fellow man? That's really what.
And it also brings me back. It also brings me back to that scripture in the Bible. It says, if you can't love your fellow man whom you have seen, how can you love God whom you have not seen?
Not seen, right?
Have not seen,
right?
Because God is love,
right? And people have said things that I don't necessarily care to hear,
Mm-hmm.
but I love them anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I
That's
mean?
that's the way I am. I mean, they may not
They
they
don't understand.
they may not understand and may not care, but I still love them anyway. You know.
Right. And I want people to understand that I care about everyone and that I'm available to everyone unless they're people who are out to purposely physically stalk me, harm me or my family in any sort of way.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Especially on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're putting ourselves out here and making ourselves vulnerable to the good and the bad.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to get private messages saying, I know where you live, I'm coming to get you. You know what I mean? And I have a few friends uh, who are who who are in their RVs and are single women out on the road on their own and had stalkers who said, I know where you're camping. I'm going to come get you. I'm going to harm you. And they had to call the FBI, and the FBI has arrested those people. So, other than my live streams, all my videos that I put out have a 2-week delay, especially if we're traveling, so that people can't come find us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If I want to put myself out there, I'll go to a meetup. But I don't want strangers coming to my bus door, or if I rent an RV, because I've rented RVs before, coming to my door and saying, "Hey, you're Lorraine from Traveling with Special Abilities. I want to meet you." I'm sorry.
Did you make an appointment?
I'm not coming out unless there's a group of people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
I
I,
understand.
I won't put myself and my children in harm's way, but I will if someone asks for my help or asks me to listen to their problems. I'm available. And I do it through mainstream media, through this, to do it. But I won't be that kind of available unless I'm at a meetup. You know, the people think because they're in the chat or they watch your videos and you respond back, they think, oh, now we're friends. Well, unless I make an effort to get to know you and be your friend, you're a stranger to me. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
all the time that I've spent with you, I know you and I want to meet you and you're a good person. And Sean and the people on the group cruise, they're safe. But say some random guy or something, unless I've made a contact with you and I've gotten to see your face, and I actually check their Facebook profiles. If they're really kind of odd, I'll do a background check. I am not above. I have a subscription to do background checks because I'm also a mandatory reporter. If I see anybody abused, I report it. If I see a guy haul off and whack his wife or smack his kid and knock his kid to the ground, or drive around with their kids not in their car seats and they're up in the windows, I'm calling. I'm calling.
Yeah.
You know, I see any kind of thing because I'm a mandatory, because of being a psychologist, a minister. I was a Boy Scout leader, a Girl Scout leader. I have like, and I drove a handicap bus. So I have like 5 different things that I had to be a mandatory reporter for. So yeah, I'm not above, if I see someone being abused, I'm not above calling. You know, my daughter kind of gets nervous. We were at a grocery store and there was 3 kids, a baby, a 2-year-old, and probably like a 4 or 5-year-old in a car, and the car was running, and the mother was in the grocery store.
Mm-hmm.
And we waited for 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And the 4 or 5-year-old was at the steering wheel near the gear shift. And I was videotaping it. And I said, I'm going to call. And she's like, well, wait a couple more minutes, Mom, see if the mom comes out. And I'm like, no, if they put it in reverse or they put it in drive, they're going to get hurt. And they're alone in there. And I called and the policeman said, oh, thank you. And he came, and when he came, the mother came out. And they took the children and handcuffed her.
Yeah.
But
well, the thing about it is, when you're pulling, usually most of the time, when be able to pull a gear shift, you have to be able
you have to step on the brake.
Step on the brake most of the time.
Some,
otherwise it won't come out.
Yeah, some cars.
Yeah.
Once you get it out of park, I mean, my cars always just float around. I don't know if that's usual or not. But like once it's out of park and I put it in drive, I've accidentally bumped it into high gear.
Yeah. Most of them I've seen, you have to, in order for you to be able to take the gear shift out of park, you have to be able to step on the brake first. Otherwise, it won't pull out of.
The newer cars. She gets older cars. They're like 1989 is her.
You're like me. You like your older stuff better than
I do like the older stuff better. There's less computers, less wires.
It's easier to work on.
Yeah. Like I said in my video the other day, when I was helping putting on that starter on that 76 GMC Royal Sierra pickup truck, that was probably the second starter that had ever been on that truck since that thing was built in 76.
Oh yeah.
And
nowadays they go through starters, computers, chips.
Her Honda Civic ran fine until
the hurricane.
Well, we drove it through the Hurricane Harvey, and the water was up above. You could see it outside the window, and it didn't die. The only thing, we had it for 3 years after that. We still have it. It's parked out front.
Yeah.
Her timing belt broke. It's a timing chain.
Mm-hmm.
And we started to change it, and we were following the video, and then she had her boyfriend help, and he put it all back together. And had he lined up all the points, all the markings, it would have been fine. It almost wants to start and then croaks. So
you gotta hold the gas down or it dies.
Right. So it's off one tooth or 2 teeth.
Yeah, that's the thing about putting the timing chain back in. You gotta make sure you gotta make sure you definitely put it back the way it was when you first took it before you first took it off. Otherwise it's gonna be out of sync. That's like when you're changing spark plugs. You gotta make sure you put each one of them on the right cylinder to make sure that they're on fire at the same time. Because
my ex-husband did that. I said, take one plug out, put the new one in, and then put the cap on, and then go around and he took all the caps off
because if you
And
do
yes,
that, you're gonna get all confused, and that's the reason why I will not. If I ever start work, if I ever get to where I'm changing the plugs, I will do one at a time. Because if I take them all at one time, I'll get it plug confused.
yeah, he got it all messed up. It took us. I made him stand there and do each.
Mm,
My dad even looked up in the. We got the book for that particular car, so
yeah,
that we would know. Oh, you buy a $30. Was it Chisholm? I forget the name of the books now. There's two
uh,
different.
is it? There's let's see. There's Haynes. There's also I can't even think of what.
There's one with a C, right? Chisholm something. I don't know.
I
But
can't remember.
there's books for each car, or they
Yeah,
used to be. I don't know if they do that
yeah.
anymore. Do they? But
I think anymore. It's all you got to go online
yeah, those
and
books though used to cost $30-$40, and it took
you
them
might
2 days to
yeah
get all the whole thing right. It was I was so angry. I'm like, I just finished telling you. You take the plug off, you take the cap off,
yeah
you set it, you hold, make sure it doesn't really get into anything, make sure it's clean. You take your plug out, you gap the new plug, because even though they're factory gap, that
and
doesn't mean that they're not, that they're
then-
going to be still good
yeah
or correct.
and you got
You
and
gap them again, and
yeah
and then you put the cap back on, you make sure it
and
snaps.
and you also got to make sure you change that when you change your plugs and you plug wires. You also got to make sure you change that rotary button
Right.
inside that distributor, because that rotary button just gets as much fire as them plugs do when that thing.
Right. I've pulled a distributor cap, and it was all soot.
It was yeah, it was, but
It was
you
bad.
don't now the distributor cap. You don't change it as often as you do the rotary button, but the
Right.
rotary button is inside that distributor, and
Right. But when I
yeah,
pulled the cap and I saw all that soot, I'm like,
yeah,
I'm doing the cap, I'm doing
yeah,
I'm doing the whole thing, the whole distributor over.
yeah. But those now the distributor itself, they don't hardly
They
go out.
crack. They
But,
crack a lot.
yeah, but they don't hardly ever go out. I mean, they don't
No.
unless moisture gets down in there or something.
Right. Well, that's why we went through the hurricane, and I'm like, we had to check this all out, because all that water splashing up in that engine, it did not die. That Civic did not die with that much water. You would have thought it had a snorkel. I'm
But-
like, how? And we're driving through the hurricane, 60 miles an hour winds and up, right?
Yeah,
And to our right, there was 3 tornadoes going down the highway right next to us in the fields, and the street signs were ripping off, and we're cruising down the middle of the highway to get to. We went down the valley near Mexico. It was in the Gulf, right? We were in Ranzas Pass, which is just south of Galveston and Houston.
mm-hmm.
So it hit us first.
And
Harvey
then cut up to the
hit
coast.
first, then it bumped up to Galveston and Houston. So we went south down to Mexico. Well, not on.
To Mexico.
We were pretty darn close to Mexico. I
like
felt
20 minutes from the border.
Yeah.
I know most cars nowadays, they don't hardly ever have a timing chain. They have a timing belt now.
I know.
No, it was a belt.
No,
not a chain.
No, it was a belt.
It was about this thick, and it was like flat on one side, and on the inside it was like it had like little square grooves.
Oh, all right.
Most of them are. Unless you got like older vehicles like what we got. Like
It was a 99 Honda Civic.
We
so
got that. yeah, then that's probably more like a timing belt than it is a.
It
'Cause
probably was.
when they started doing away with carburetors and
Oh,
went
I know.
when they went to fuel injection, that was when they really started putting the computers on them and started putting timing belts.
Right.
And
My
yeah.
mother had bought a Malibu, I think, a Chevy Malibu,
Yeah.
and not even a month after brand new, my dad like got it off the assembly line because he wanted specific things. He didn't want logos
Mhm.
on it, and he didn't want the holes drilled in it to put the logos in it. So he had custom seats and a custom the
Upholstery?
no, the vinyl on the roof, like a half top vinyl roof
Mhm.
on her car.
Mhm.
So she got it, and a month after getting it, the computer fried. We could smell it burning. We
Yeah,
brought it to the Chevy dealer, and they're like, "Whoa!" And they had to put a whole new thing in and reconfigure it all. It was a mess.
it burned out the wire and harness and everything, huh?
It did, yeah. They had a, and it was brand new, a month off the assembly line. A
Wow.
month.
Wow. I know a friend of mine that used to work at Napa Auto Parts. He had a PT Cruiser one time, and let me tell you,
I'm not sure I like them.
he well, he didn't keep it very long because both computers went out on that thing. Okay, it had two of them.
My
And
friend had one.
$1,500 a piece. Now, $1,500 a piece.
Oh my
And
goodness.
I think he wound up. I think he actually fixed it, but then he sold it not long after. And he said, "I ain't doing that again."
Well, you know how low they are to the ground, right?
Mhm.
My girlfriend, her husband, and her son are way overweight. Like they weigh 500 pounds each, and then the son was a good 300 pounds, and the daughter was probably, what do you think,
230 maybe.
230. And they had a dirt road for a driveway.
Mhm.
They high centered and couldn't get off. They looked like a turtle that got stuck on its shell.
Hmm.
And they're like, we can't even drive in this. Like, no one can get in except for one person because otherwise it bottoms out. I'm like, well, then you better get a truck, man. Something can
with
haul you.
suspension.
It was sad, you know. The you try and put a bunch of big people in a low rise car.
Mhm. What gets me is that I've seen these smart cars that they have now.
Yep.
That there's no space in between you and the windshield.
No,
I mean,
I
there's no.
actually like them. I drove one. I was
Yeah.
thinking of buying one just to put on a dolly in the back or on a trailer, a little car trailer, because they don't weigh nothing.
Yeah.
So that once I park the bus and I need to go get something at the store real quick, that I can just go to the store real quick and get
Yeah.
what I need and come back without unhooking the bus or you know, and driving the bus all the way to do an errand and come back and somebody stole your spot.
Yeah.
Especially if you're boondocking.
Yeah.
And then we were thinking maybe electric bikes, but it's hard to carry groceries in electric bikes, and they
Yeah.
cost a lot, like a couple of $1,000.
That's what Victoria May Life Unfiltered uses is an electric trike.
Yeah, she hates it. It's garbage. I was talking to her. I said, I love that. Should I get it? She goes, no, it's made out of garbage and it's too expensive. She goes, if I had it to do again,
Really?
yeah.
She doesn't like it, huh?
She likes it, but the quality is bad for the amount of money it costs. You know what I'm saying?
Ah,
That you have to talk to her about it. She goes, she did a video and I watched the video and I was real excited. I'm like, I need one of those now so that I can go to I'm always sending her to the store. She works, and then by the time she gets out of work at midnight, all the stores are closed.
yeah.
And then
You gotta wait till like 5, 6 o'clock, maybe 7 o'clock in the morning.
and then she's asleep because she's got to work again at 3 or 4 or 5 o'clock till midnight again. So it's like I got to wake her up to go. We need toilet paper and milk and whatever. But if I had one of those strikes, I could just zoom down, get what I need, and zoom back.
Yeah.
But Victoria May said that they're not worth it. It's not made very well. Because I watched that video of her getting it and going, and yeah. I mean, I loved it.
I need to go watch I don't think I've seen that video yet.
Oh, it's cool. She's her hair's blowing in the wind and she's all excited. And then I asked her, so how is it? And she's like, no. She felt bad. I guess it was a gift from her husband or her kid or something.
I'm getting kind of sleepy.
I know we don't have a lot of space.
But
I'm sleepy.
Oh, you're tired.
y'all getting ready to go to bed?
She's got to work tomorrow. This is her second day off. She gets Monday and Tuesdays off.
And they already called me in early
for tomorrow.
So you gotta go. What time you gotta go into work tomorrow?
Well, I was scheduled at 3 to close, but they want me in at 2, which is it's only an hour difference. But when you got to work until like 11:30 at night, it's kind of a big deal.
Well, at least all your uniforms are clean. You took a shower already.
All I have to do is roll out of bed.
Roll out of bed, brush teeth, grab some breakfast. Well, actually, you can get breakfast at work, and go to work.
Speaking of work, Kenny, I know you like doing taste tests of Sonic. I have a sneak peek for you coming October. Well, and it's the end of September. It'll start. We've got a new flavor popcorn chicken. Is honey buffalo. We've got a new ice cream is mocha espresso shake. And then we've got cheddar broccoli tots.
Cheddar broccoli tots.
I'm looking forward to them. Apparently, we already have them in the store. At my store. I don't know.
They already did a taste test on their day off.
Yeah, on my day off. And I'm like, what? So I'm going to have some tomorrow. But cheddar, you get to look forward to it.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't go to Sonic very often.
Well, we gave you the gift certificate.
Yeah, I've already used most of that up already.
Oh, okay. Well, what's your favorite place to go? I mean, if you don't like Sonic that much.
Well, I mean, I do like Sonic, but I just said I just don't go. We don't go out very often because we usually wind up spending like over like $20 just for 2 people.
I know.
Oh, we should have gave you more money. I'm sorry. I didn't know how much.
Just for 2 people. I mean,
did it cover it for
Yeah. I mean, we I think I got I think they told me, they said when I used some of it the other day, they told me that I had like $1.62 left on it.
Oh,
okay.
So,
well, hang on to it.
You can get a pretzel with that.
The pretzels are good.
Yeah, but see, we usually eat more here at the house than we do it, out anywhere. Because we find it's a lot cheaper to eat here at the house than it is out.
Well, that's why we sent you the Sonic gift card.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was like, okay, everybody else is sending them Instacart. And I said,
Yeah.
I've seen him at Sonic, so I know he likes Sonic, and she's
Yeah.
she's a
And
manager.
Of course, my doctor has me on this low carb diet
Oh no.
Oh,
because I'm only 4'9" and I weigh 148 pounds.
oh, baby, you're a little heavy there, boy.
I may not look it, but I am 148 pounds.
No, I saw when they had you. Would they lift you up to put you into a ride or something?
And anyway, yeah, it was Wayne. He lifted me to put me up in that. I can't think of what it's called. What it's
He's
called.
watching someone else too. Who you watching?
Watching Johnny's Journey. I got Johnny's Journey on the phone over here. But anyway, they I can't remember the actual name of it was another roller coaster. It wasn't a really rough roller coaster, except when it went down like this and then back up and then down, but
You like that sort of thing?
I would have literally fallen out of it. So, but Brian Ashby says was that you all right? Because I kind of went shocked with the way it drooped down. I said, I'm fine, I'm good. But
We have a video of my first ride on a roller coaster.
Mhm.
It's on what's it?
I'm not sure which one you have it on, but it's
no, the name of the coaster.
Slinky Dog Dash.
Slinky Dog Dash in Toy Story Land in Disney World.
Mhm.
That's my first roller coaster. I had to take an anxiety pill before I went on because my brother scared me on a wooden roller coaster when I was 5. And then I went again when I was 8, and I ended up biting my girlfriend's arm. I was so frightened. I actually bit her arm.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And like I said, I would love to be able to go again. There's actually so much more stuff to see in Branson.
Yeah.
I'd like to be able to go to some of those shows, but the thing of it is, if I've got one of them electric scooters with an awning on it, I can't take them inside a show or nothing because they don't allow you to.
You can rent one that doesn't have it. I got a spare wheelchair.
Yeah, well, the reason why I wanted the one with the awning so the sun doesn't beat down on me as much,
that's what I'm afraid of on the cruise. We're gonna have to wear hats,
Yeah.
You always bring like umbrellas for when you're in the sun. You can have like an umbrella for shade.
But yeah, I think we need hats too, though, Kenny. Because the difference is the sun hits the water, intensifies, and then comes back up. So when you're on a cruise, you burn really quickly when you're out on deck, unless they have shade. Because
I know I'm gonna have a scooter in my room, and I'll be able to.
Yeah, I'm bringing my electric wheelchair.
I'll be able to travel around in it.
I don't want to walk and then fall on the ground and have to have somebody pick me up and then walk 5 more feet, fall down, and have somebody pick me up again, because it's crowded. That's why if you watch, we have a video of us on the Disney cruise. I had my wheelchair the whole time because I couldn't. I was sick anyway. I mean, my brain, like he said, he thought I was going to die on that cruise. My doctor cried when he saw the CAT scan. when a doctor cries, you get nervous. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
He's like, I can't tell you. You look at it. Because I have a medical background. I trained to be a nurse when I was younger.
mhm.
And I looked, and my whole brain was one big scar tissue. And I showed her, and I said, you see all that white? And she's like, yeah. I said, this is supposed to be gray. Like, see this gray down here?
Mhm.
And she's like, yeah. And I said, so all that white that you see all up here and all around here, but down here was gray. You know, the back was gray, but all from like a turban kind of thing on the top of my head was all white scar tissue. And that's what controls your heart to beat, your lungs to breathe, and all that.
Yep.
I jumped on an airplane, went to Florida, got on my cruise ship, went on the cruise, got off the cruise, and went to Disney World. And then I come back. We spent 2 weeks. The cruise was 7 days. Then we spent the rest of the time in Disney World and came back and did another CAT scan. And it just showed my regular amount of scarring that I've gotten from the MS along the way. And he goes, how did you do that? You know?
Yeah.
How did he cried again. He was like, I don't know how you did that.
But yeah, another thing too is diabetes runs in my family, so I had to be careful about the certain things I eat and stuff to make sure that I don't wind up with that too.
Is that how Pa lost his leg? Diabetes?
Well, that is part of it, and he actually had a play. He was out mowing one day, and he had a place come up on his big toe. Well, instead of going to the hospital right away when it happened,
It turned gangrene?
he put it off, and it turned gangrene.
Yeah, my pa did
So
my grandpa did the same thing. He was roofing, fell
Yeah.
off the roof, didn't go to the hospital. It turned gangrene. He had to have that leg amputated.
yeah,
And then later on, because he drank all the time whiskey, he got type 2 diabetes and ended up with the other leg amputated.
well, he still got his right one, but he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any feeling in his foot. He's got that neuropathy,
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
and he lost his left one about 21 years ago, back in 2000.
He's really
So,
got to be careful with his diabetes. And
well,
you need to keep an eye on yours now too.
well, my doctor does that A1C check, and he checks me every 3 months or so, I think it is.
Oh, good.
Or maybe not that often, but he checks it every time I go to see him. Of course, this next time when I go see him in January, he didn't really order any fasting labs, but he's expecting me to be down there some so that don't develop.
Right.
He said it may not affect you now that you're young, but as you get older, it will.
My oldest daughter is 39.
Yeah.
She's been borderline
Yeah.
diabetic for a long time.
Yeah.
And she wasn't paying attention. I mean, she just totally ate and
Whatever.
ate and ate. She weighs a lot.
Yeah.
Probably as much as
That's
me.
that's the way my mommy was. She would let hers get so high that it wouldn't even register on the glucometer.
Yeah. Vanessa's was almost 900, and then it went down to 500. Now she's 120, 140. So she's doing a lot. better.
say anywhere between anything between 75 to 120. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, she's usually between 120 and 140. It depends because she
And
cheats.
so he suggested
No matter.
that he suggested I cut out a lot of carbs like bread, potatoes,
All the good stuff.
Yeah.
pastas, because
Yep.
all that stuff turns into sugar with it.
I love pasta, and I only eat it like 2 or 3 times a year. And
But
I don't eat bread. I try not to eat sugar.
I told him, I said, if I eat bread, I'm lucky to eat a sandwich maybe once a month, if that,
Yeah.
you know.
And it don't matter what kind of bread it is. In fact, wheat
Yeah.
bread's even worse. I found that out. Here I've been going, oh yeah, we should eat wheat bread. No, pumpernickel or dark rye, any of those dark breads, but not wheat and not white. But my cholesterol and I had borderline diabetes a long time ago, and I
Well,
haven't had that.
he's been real pleased with everything because he said, man, said, whatever you're doing,
Keep
keep
doing it.
Yeah. He said, you got excellent cholesterol. He said, I've got patients that's even on cholesterol pills
Yeah,
and they can't get theirs under control.
yeah.
And I said, he said, whatever you're doing, just keep doing whatever you're doing. But he told me this last time when I went to him a couple weeks ago, he said, I'm a little heavy there, so I need to get down there about 120, 125.
Right. I have
He wants to see me back in January or February of 2022. Usually it's a year he wants to see me, but this time and
more often.
this time since my and for some reason my blood pressure was a little higher than normal. It was like one 148 over or something.
All those chips and your don't you eat pork rinds?
No, I don't eat pork rinds.
No.
I never have been a big fan of those.
I don't like them either.
But
anything with a lot of salt, you just gotta stay away from.
Yeah. So.
They put enough salt in everything. If you add any extra salt,
Yeah, I couldn't believe some of the canned soups that I have. 800 and some milligrams. I'm like,
she yells at me, you can't have that. Look at the sodium on it. And I'm like, okay. She reads everything, makes sure what's in it. Because,
and I'm like, I'm like, they tell us to cut out all that stuff. I'm like, what is there left to eat? Left to eat,
You gotta cook your own soup. You buy the broth with low sodium, you get your own breasted chicken and your own fresh vegetables, and you make your own soup.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can't make bone broth, it's better. But if you can't make it, they sell it in the store. It's better than regular broth.
Well, you can't have too much bone broth. It can be bad for you.
It can if you do a lot.
But it's like high doses, like extreme amounts of bone
you
broth.
would have to have.
He asked me if I put a lot of salt on my food. I told him no, and if I do,
I think it's your snacks.
If I do, I usually eat the because his doctor told him to eat the sea salt.
Yeah, it's still salt.
It's still salt though.
Yeah, and
don't let them press buttons.
He will.
My cat loves to press buttons on the computer. He's the cat that some lady threw out of a moving car at 30 miles an hour.
Wow.
And then that's terrible. My landlord and my neighbor saw them do it. They threw 2 kittens out the window, 30 miles an hour going down our road.
Mhm.
Even though the speed limit's 20.
And there's speed bumps.
Yeah.
That's what gets me is that these people, you see these people with really low cars on the ground, and then they go over one of them. But
speed bump.
how do you keep from tearing the bottom out of your car? Because
I can't imagine how many clamps and mufflers and catalytic converters and what else.
well, I had a cousin one time. She literally went over one of them speed table bumps, and it tore the oil pan. It tore the oil pan and the transmission pan out of it.
I was
It tore the whole bottom out of it.
I was driving past to college in Vermont at night, and they threw a rock out that looked like a paper bag.
Yeah.
And like an idiot, I figured, oh, it's just a paper bag.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was a rock. It tore out my whole oil pan, busted a hole in it. The car just, and they're in their dorms with the windows open laughing. And I'm like, come down here and face me and watch what I do with this rock. I was so mad. I said, I have babies in the car. Babies. And you're putting out rocks for people to get hurt on.
That's like my dad had a I think my dad had a Chevelle one time.
Oh, I had one too, a powder blue one.
And out here at home, they didn't have no road signs up or no construction road signs or nothing up.
No warning signs, yeah.
And no warning signs or nothing. And he hit that pothole, and it literally tore the bottom out of it.
If you want to go to bed, just push that out of your way.
I was gonna dip.
Oh, you're gonna go under?
Yeah.
She's gonna.
I'm dipping out for bed.
Yeah, she's got to crawl under the table.
It's nice meeting you.
It's nice meeting you.
Yeah,
And
I'm glad.
look forward to getting to meet you in person one day.
Oh, definitely, of course.
Yeah.
She's a good person. You'll have fun. She loves to have a good time.
All right, good night.
Good night. I was gonna say she looks just like her mama.
Yeah. Yeah. My oldest daughter doesn't quite look like me. She looks more like her daddy.
I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. He's got to go potty.
Okay.
So we have 3 people in here. Whoever the third person is, hello. If you let me know who you are, you can come up on the panel.
Can I get one?
If you like. Yeah. It's that box. That's why I want the
What?
I want to get those bins under the bed. That's why I want the
I gotta crawl behind the dogs.
Oh, you're gonna crawl by the dogs.
Yeah, they're not letting me. Excuse me. They're like, why are you on the floor? Because I'm trying to squeeze under a table, girl.
You grew up on the floor.
Excuse me.
Nana's house, Nana and Breppy's house.
Excuse the person.
Who is it? The baby, the boxes.
No, it's
Get down.
them two and Percival.
Oh. They're like, haha, we have you. You're on the floor.
Yeah, they're like, why in the world are you down here? You're ours now.
Just make sure the wires are up where they can't chew on them. That light works good just the way it is. I like this setup. I just have to find something to cover everything because
Yeah.
I don't want to keep setting it up, unsetting it, setting it up, unsetting it. I know I'm live.
You're live and
I'm live.
unmuted.
And I'm talking, and I'm not muted.
But
Here, I'll center myself better.
going back, yeah, my mommy, she developed that ketone acidosis,
Oh,
and that's the reason why she wound up passing away, because the ketone acidosis is what got her, and
yeah, it's poison.
and she would, and she was also the type that would not listen to her doctors, and the doctors got so fed up with it that they just quit seeing her altogether.
right.
And so,
But
because they, they tried to tell her, said, "Now you're gonna have to start, if you want to live, you're gonna have to start
does this work or no?
listening to what we're saying to you, because this is what's going to happen." And so she would always listen to her so-called friends and listen to them do what they do, and
They're not doctors. They don't know what's going on. They can't do tests. The thing with ketone acidosis is it completely destroys your small intestines. It just rots them. They turn to poison, and all that fecal material and all that toxin just goes through your body and kills you. So if you don't take care of it right away, if you don't catch it, it's 100% death sentence. So you can't mess with that.
yeah. Well, she would, like I said, she would just eat candy, cakes, anything she could get hold of, and not look after her sugar either. So,
Right.
and that was one of the reasons why her sugar kept getting out of whack, was because she just eat whatever, not.
You have to love yourself enough to take care of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? A lot of people have low self-esteem, and they don't realize that every person is an important part of this world, and we're here because we're supposed to be here, even if it's hard. No matter how hard it is, we're strong enough to deal with it. We just have to know some things are permanent, like you and me have disabilities that are permanent and lethal, but people with depression and anxiety, some days are good, some days are bad, and you can work with help and medication to have more good days than bad. I'm not saying you're not going to have a bad day. I'm saying with help, you're going to have a lot more good days, and a lot of important people who, if you passed away, it affects your whole family. It can destroy your whole family. And if you're married, it affects your children. It affects your husband's family. It's something that don't go away, the pain of losing someone. I'm sure I know, and I was not close to my mother, okay? I had a very rocky relationship with my mother. Um, there is sometimes that I grab the phone to call her, or I'm cooking Thanksgiving dinner and I forgot the recipe for my mom's that made really good stuffing, and I forgot exactly what she put in it. And it would be a thing where I'd call up and say, Mom, I put this and this and this in the stuffing. What am I missing? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
To be able to have your parents there to rely on is a, important, and everybody passes away eventually.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a given. But to lose, I lost my mother. She was young. She was not an old person. Um, of emphysema, and she had to be on a tracheotomy, and she had to have a respirator breathe for her. And I, like I said, I didn't have a good relationship with her, but
Mm-hmm.
I miss her, and the effect of not having her around, just to,
Well,
just
I'm
to
still with
know that they're there for you, even if they're not adequately equipped to be a parent. Because not everybody can be a parent either. You know what I mean? Not everybody's makeup is made, you know, to be a parent.
Mm-hmm.
So I get you, Kenny. Really, um, I'm
Mm-hmm.
sure your mom was young, and you were younger, and
Yeah, I was only 9, and she was like 31, 32.
yeah, that's real young. And
She would have been.
you were impressionable then. Nine is a hard age to
Mm-hmm.
lose a parent, because you
But,
don't quite understand what's going on.
well, she actually wanted just me and her living together in an apartment.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'm kind of happy with living where I'm living at right now. And
You wanted the stability that she couldn't
yeah,
provide. You were smart for 9. That's very intelligent.
well, see, I really wouldn't have known exactly what to do or something like that happened.
Yeah,
She
not at
actually,
9.
because she actually died in her own apartment. She was getting ready to get in the shower one day, and she just all of a sudden just collapsed. And somebody from that apartment had called and said that she's gone, and said that.
They checked on her and realized and they found her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it was the police,
Did a welfare check?
the police or something like that had called us that day and said that she's gone. I mean, there's
Yeah.
no.
That's rough.
And
That's really rough.
but
I was glad that I was older when my parents passed. I took care of both of them till they passed away. My dad died at 70, I think he was 78 or 70, something like that. Um, and
yeah,
he passed of cancer that he didn't know he had.
yeah,
Uh, they told him he had a month, and he did. He had a month.
yeah.
That was it.
I'm kind of hoping that I will be able to find somebody that's going to be willing to come and stay with me for.
You need a girl that doesn't have physical disabilities, and that someone that has a little bit of medical background,
Mm-hmm.
and someone who is going to love you and care for you, because
I would
that's going to be important.
I would eventually like to be able to find that as my soulmate, as my love me until death do us part.
Exactly. Not gonna just be there for a couple of years and then divorce you and leave. You need someone who's there for the long run. You know, someone to love you forever.
Because I have literally had people ask me the question, what's your next move?
Yeah. Well, and that's understandable because
Uh,
of
uh,
your age.
yeah.
You know,
What's your next? Because like I said, my dad's 71, and you know he's getting up there in years.
right. And that's
And,
why I want to meet him. You know what I
and
mean? Because um I want to be his friend and I want to maybe hang out and do some fun things and cuz I don't have anybody to joke around with, go to the movies with, cook dinner for, hang out with as friends. You know what I mean?
mm,
Yeah, I'm not necessarily looking for to get married maybe or anything like that. I'm just looking for someone who understands and wants to be friends and have enjoy our time and laugh and have a good time. You know what I mean? And I don't see Pa having anyone as a friend like that. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe
he uh,
I'm
uh,
assuming too much.
he he got
It's lonely when you're disabled and you're alone.
yeah. Well, he's you know when his wife passed away, he told me, he said that was gonna be his one and only one anyway. And
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
so
Because when it's your soulmate, you just know. You know what I mean?
yeah, and he's told me many times he has no desire to get remarried again. So.
Yeah, that's our age, and because of our disabilities, and you just don't want to put up with the wrong person. And if you already found your soulmate, there's no one to replace that. And you don't want to even, no offense, you don't want to try to, because when you're our age, we're set in our ways, first of all. And you you have to make room in your life and change a lot of your lifestyle to invite a person to share your life with you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's a conscious effort to invite someone into your life on a permanent basis. It's a big adjustment at our age, and
Mm-hmm.
it
I
takes
want
a lot of work.
yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping that I will eventually be able to find somebody that will be willing to accept me who I am and be able to help me along the journey.
Right. Somebody who cares to be a caregiver, or, like I love babies. Okay. There are some people who grow up and they love helping disabled people
Mm-hmm.
and they enjoy it. It's maybe not necessarily a career, but it's in their mind that they want to be a caregiver and a friend and maybe a wife or whatever. They, a regular non disabled person, there are a lot of people who, yeah, like,
Mhm.
I'll give you an example. There was a girl and somebody poured acid in her face, okay? And she thought for sure her fiance, because she was blind after that,
Mhm.
and she thought for sure her fiance was going to call the wedding off and leave because he didn't, he wasn't signed up to
Mhm.
marry someone that looked now kind of bad. Um, not as she, to look at a burnt face and
Mhm.
know that you, the lady was beautiful like a model, and then she, someone who was jealous, threw acid in her face. So she thought for sure he couldn't look past the scars and the blindness, and she thought
Mhm.
he was going to leave. And he said, "No, I love you even more. I don't love you for what you look like. I love you for the person you are."
Mhm.
And that's what you got to look for. You got to look for someone who accepts everything that you are, good, bad, and indifferent, and that
Mhm.
will care for you, like you said, forever.
Until death do us part.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I want somebody that's going to take those vows
And
seriously.
mean them and mean them, that they
Yeah.
take them to heart. And it's, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And you deserve someone like that. And that's why I'm glad you're getting out, because in your house, there's no girl like that in your house. If you don't get out
Yeah.
and meet people and do things, you don't meet anybody new.
Yeah. I may eventually, me getting out, may eventually meet that person.
Exactly. But you're not going to meet them sitting in your house behind a computer, especially like you don't know, like I was just saying, you don't truly know someone till you've had a long time to talk, get to know each other, meet them
Yeah.
in a safe place.
Yeah. I'm not one that wants to.
Or maybe even church. Maybe you'll meet someone at church, but
I'm
uh,
not one that wants to just hop on the first thing I see online. You know what? I want to get the know the true person itself. You know.
yeah, because people can pretend there's something they're not. And a lot of times, how people are on a live show like this, or even in their videos, they show the best of themselves. You know what I'm saying?
But then you meet them in person, it's like,
Right. I
mm,
did I did a show with Red about
mm,
depression and anxiety and all that. And I was
mm,
saying there's the public persona, which is what you see on live chats and in the videos.
mhm,
Then there's the persona that they show their family and relatives at home,
mhm,
and then there's a private persona that's the real you that you
mm,
don't show anyone, that's all in your head.
mhm,
All your feeling true feelings and all your true doubts and all your true dark parts, because we're always fighting the good and the bad, and it's all in our head and our faith,
mhm,
but we don't show anybody that. So that's why it's important to
mhm,
spend quite a long time getting to know people, to get to the point where you actually know the real them. the real
Yeah.
person.
But yeah. Although I've heard Blaine from Regular Crib Travel talk about how him and his wife they met through MySpace.
Yeah, yeah. I have friends who met Bob and Ashley. They have a YouTube channel, but right now they're taking a break.
Mm-hmm.
They met each other through some sort of app or something too. Probably like MySpace or whatever. I'm not sure.
No, and they've had a good 12, 13 years together,
Right, right.
and they're still together. They're still together today.
But I've
So,
also met people who ended up having to fight the guy off and run in the house and call the cops. You know what I mean? After a date.
yeah, I
So
guess.
the good and the bad,
Yeah,
the good and the bad.
you know, you know, but like you said many times, the good Lord has blessed him with a good one. So,
Right. That's right.
yeah, I'll
We're
actually, I'll actually get to meet her in person in October here next month.
cool.
So, yeah, they're going to Mayberry. They're coming to Mayberry. So,
Is Red going to Maryberry?
yeah, Red's going to Mayberry, and then she's also planning on taking me to the beach, which is 4 hours away from Mayberry,
Uh-huh.
the North Carolina beach. So,
Cool.
yeah,
Because you've never been to the beach either.
I've never been to the beach, so I'll actually get to see the ocean for the very first time.
I grew up like not even a half a mile from a lighthouse in Canada in the Bay of Fundy at Yarmouth. The uh, the cape I was on is called Cape Shoe, and the lighthouse, uh, the old lighthouse, my mother used to help shine the lenses, but now they built a new one right after I was born, and so I grew up with foghorns and the light going round and round. And then when I get home, see, we went there half a year, and then we go back to Massachusetts the other half of the year, and I go to school and get my schooling. And we had a house, and my dad worked in Massachusetts. And then come the day the school let out, we'd pack up, get on the ferry from Maine over to Yarmouth, Nova Scotia, get off the ferry, and right up the street was my grandma and my dad's aunt, my mom's mother, and all my family, both sides, right there. So we'd spend the summer with my mom and dad's family, and then come like a week or so before school started, we'd come home, do school shopping, and get ready for school in Massachusetts. So my mom kept her citizenship for Canada, but his dad came down to the United States from Canada to work.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad was born in Massachusetts. So I'm a first generation American, which means I'm a naturalized Canadian. So I got to go up to Canada because I can't get my mom's birth certificate. Only a judge can, because my mom passed away, so that I can get my dual citizenship. But I'm half Canadian, half American. And I want to do that because it's honoring my mom. And if the United States gets all crazy with who knows what, I can always go to Canada and be on their health system. If the health system, they're trying to do away with Social Security. They're trying to do away with Medicare and Medicaid here in the United States and leave all us disabled people with nothing.
Yeah.
So I can go to Canada and I can get on the Canadian system, which is like England and
Mhm.
the UK, where, yeah, you got waiting lists for surgeries and junk, but everything's paid for, you know, and their medication's cheaper and the healthcare isn't bad. I don't never had a bad. I've been to the hospital in Canada a couple of times and the dentist a couple of times, and they seem to be much better. My cat wants to lay on the computer again.
And nothing. Well, nothing too is they haven't even the people in the states can go to Canada, but the people from Canada can't come to the states. So
Not right now, right?
yeah.
So I'm kind of waiting for this virus to calm down some before I go to Canada. I'll probably go probably after the cruise, after the cruise in Disney. Because I can stay with relatives. I just have to give them a call. My Have you ever heard of the show Oak Island, where they're looking for the treasure off an island off of Nova Scotia?
That don't ring a bell right now.
Well, there's a buried treasure there, and they've been trying to get it, and it has booby traps, and it's killed 6 or 7 people. And the legend goes that one more person has to die before it'll give up the treasure.
Mm-hmm.
So no one's died, but they're still like spending millions of dollars. Two guys from Michigan, and
I'm still listening. What?
oh, and my one of my uncles is a historian of the culture there, and has found rock carvings that has to do with the treasure. So he's been on that show, but this I don't know. So he's a famous archaeologist and naturalist and historian, and he lives in Halifax, and that's where I'm going because that's where all the records are for me to be able to get my citizenship. And he knows how to deal with them because half of them they talk in French. Like you call them and they're like, French or English? And it's like English. Okay, just a minute. And then they'll get someone who speaks really good English.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're stuck trying to. I mean, I do know some French because my grandfather would not speak English at all. He would torture us, say all kinds of stuff in French. And if we didn't answer him right, he'd get mad and try and swat at us.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of hard for him to chase a little kid around when he only had one leg.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But yeah. I never forget when I first met Marshall from
I love Marshall. He's a good guy.
From Nomadic Adventures.
Yeah.
And
I thought he'd be here tonight. Maybe he's busy.
he was over in Johnny's.
Oh, he was in Johnny's.
He was over in Johnny's Journey. She actually just ended her life. And I told her great show as always, because I was still listening at it. Well, but I had the sound turned down to where y'all wouldn't get the feedback.
Oh, I can hear it, but I can't hear what they're saying. I knew you were double tasking and triple tasking.
But it didn't give a terrible feedback, though, did it?
No, 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 not at all. I just know what you're doing because I know you so well.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, he's on his tablet over here, and he's got his phone over there,
I
and he's
usually,
got his laptop over here, and he's
yeah,
got.
I have the StreamYard open on the PC. That's what I'm using
That's what I'm using.
to
My
talk
phone,
to you.
my
Yeah,
phone's here.
and then my tablet is on the YouTube side of this same stream. In case I have to zap a troll or something out of the stream, and
On
then
mine,
huh?
on mine.
Yeah, on that's what I have on. I have the YouTube side. I have the YouTube side on your
For
of your
my,
stream
so
for
you
your
could.
stream on the tablet, so I could, if I needed to, I could zap a troll out because you never
What the
know.
trolls say? I'm curious because I've never had a troll before.
I've not seen any right now, but I'm just on the standby because
I never, knock on wood, I
mhm,
don't get bad comments on my videos. Get down. He
I wish I
steals
could
the
say
part of my
that.
green screen.
I wish I could say that, but I
And
can't say
and I
because
don't get trolls on my live feeds.
I've had my fair share of
Trolls.
yeah.
A lot of people do. Red Gut gets trolls all the time. A couple other people get a lot of trolls too. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not saying I want trolls. Go away, guys. I don't want you. I will delete you. I don't care. I block them.
Yeah.
If you can't be nice, don't say nothing at all.
That's what I was. That's what I was always brought up.
Yep, me too. I got
That was a
old
lot of
fashioned
the rules.
values.
Yeah, that was a lot of the rules in school as well. That was one of the rules for all the teachers. Was treat others the way you want to be treated, and
Did it help with the bullying? Because the bullying is so bad in schools. I had
well,
to keep
I can
my
honestly
kids out
say
of school
that
because
I
of
never
that.
did really have that big of an issue, really, because everybody was always willing to help if I needed help, and and they were always nice to me, and they always liked my personality, and so
Right.
um, so I never really had that big of an issue, really, and as a matter of fact, like Dad had said a couple of streams ago on yours, had said that I even got a standing ovation thing on my graduation
Yeah, you
in
did.
high school. In high school,
That's awesome. By the time I graduated high school, I think I was friends with everyone in my graduating class. We all just came together our senior year
Mhm.
and kind of matured and grew up and stopped the drama crap and the bullying, and everybody got to know everybody and figured out, hey, we're all kind of cool. You know what I mean? We're all good people. So
Mhm.
by the time we all graduated, we were all friends. And if you look at my Facebook page,
Mhm.
I have quite a lot of people on my Facebook page, and 200 or 300 of them are from my graduating class,
Mhm.
you know? So even after 40 years in June, I graduated 40 years ago in June.
Yeah. Well,
I'm getting so old.
I graduated in 2013 and in high school.
Yeah,
Now, like I said earlier in this stream, I graduated college in 2021 of May of this year. So,
I'm still going to college. I'm
uh,
trying to get my PhD, but I'm
PhD.
waiting for the president he's supposed to make community college free. So I'm waiting for him to make it free.
I got a reduced tuition, but it still wasn't free
I
when I went to the Northeast State Community College. Now, like I said, the reason why I didn't want to go for a degree in auto mechanics is because they make you take all those core classes for
Right.
some of that stuff that you're not even gonna. You're not half that stuff they make you take. You're not even gonna use.
right.
And
Yeah.
I'm thinking, what am I gonna need this for to work on cars?
I,
You
I
know?
I couldn't tell you how many times I had to do an essay for psychology on plagiarism. It's like I had to do an essay 3 times for plagiarism because I guess it's really a big thing that a lot of people were doing. And it's like every new teacher, every new part, because we get different parts of psychology. We get the history, and we get the social impact, and then we get different, and how to diagnose and all that. And every time I got a new professor, the first thing was an essay on plagiarism.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh my goodness, this must be an issue.
but yeah, we had to take. I hated having to write essays uh,
500 words. Oh my gosh.
in middle school and high school. Because in middle school, they made us take what they call a writing assessment test.
Yeah. To make sure you could write.
We had to take a writing assessment, and then in high school, we had to do it again in high school.
Because
And
there's so many kids who can't write when they graduate. They can't read and they can't write. Now, where is the system failing these children?
yeah, well, what was strange with me was until I got in high school and I started dealing with algebra and geometry, I could not do like basic simple math like 2 + 2
Yeah,
and
that's hard.
I couldn't do like basic simple math, but boy, I for some reason I was acing algebra and geometry.
But simple math was difficult. Yeah, I did really well in algebra, but we actually got to a point where they were letting us use calculators.
Was and the teachers, they were like, wow, how is this, how is he, if he can't do basic simple math, how is he doing algebra here?
It's the way our brains are wired, because I was the same way. It must have something to do with the fetal alcohol syndrome.
I
Because
actually, because the teacher asked me, would I be willing to help teach the others how to do algebra and geometry? And I said, sure. And I was actually able to go and teach them how, because they were making like 50s, 60s, failing it and things like that on it. And
right,
so I was actually able to take and what I was learning, I was able to take and teach it back to them. So, but, um, but yeah, I was acing algebra like nothing. I mean, it was, but yet I still couldn't do 2 + 2. But then I've
right.
gotten to where that I can do basic math now. Now since I've been out of high school
You taught
and
yourself.
things change each year. I don't know if I could go back and because they're always teaching something new
Right.
every year.
They were teaching when I went to school in first and second grade. They were teaching regular math. Okay, then all of a sudden, third grade, they decided we're going to teach new math. I'm like, I must have been like 8 years old, and I'm like, how does math change from being regular math to being new math?
Mhm.
Doesn't math stay the same? And the teacher's like, well, it's a different way of teaching it. And I said, you want to teach someone math, give them manipulatives like 3 sticks plus 3 sticks equals how many sticks? Not 3 plus 3 on a flat piece of paper with a number, because
Right.
with some people's brains are wired that they can only understand manipulatives, meaning objects.
Yeah.
The same with geometry and algebra. You can do geometry
Yeah.
by having, in Montessori, they have a cube, okay?
Yeah.
And they teach geometry by using a cube. Almost, it's not a Rubik's cube, but it's a geometrical shape.
Because we had to do this Pythagorean
The
theorem.
Pythagorean theory. Yeah.
A plus B equals C
C
squared.
squared. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, we had to do all that. And of course, now I told my dad, I said, if I ever get to where I have kids or even grandkids, I'll probably have to have help trying to teach them, because I'll probably trying to teach them the same way, and it's gonna be something totally different. I'm not gonna be able to teach them because they're gonna be like, "Hey, this is not the way to teach it." I'm like, "Well, I don't know how else to teach."
When I taught Montessori kindergarten, I had to go back to school to learn how to teach them that way, because it was so different the mainstream public school that I had to actually learn over again. But it was simple. They make it so that children can understand the concepts. And so I taught Montessori. I can get a degree in Montessori and teach anywhere. Not that I want to teach again. I get too tired, and I'll probably run a kid over with my wheelchair.
Get too tired and
Well, because we don't just teach reading, writing. We teach how to tie your shoes, how to button your shirt properly. I can't tell you how many times a kid came in and his shirt's not even buttoned right. We teach them how to wash their hands, how to brush their teeth, how to comb their hair. We teach them cooking. We teach them at a young age, because their math skills are way above what you would learn in public schools. We teach them measurements for making recipes, which turns into algebra and geometry. Imagine a kindergarten kid knowing algebra and geometry at that age. They're so far ahead because of the manipulatives in the way we teach.
I know how to button my shirt and things like that. And
Well, you wouldn't believe. I mean, with the Montessori school children, we get exceptional children who have extreme high IQs. And then we get kids who can't manage to do anything because of brain damage or whatever, or have medical disabilities.
The only thing I have issue with, even though I'm 26 years old, I still have not been able to figure out how to tie shoes, so I just buy the Velcro shoes all the time.
Yeah. Well, it must be kind of hard for you to bend over and stay
Well,
bent
I had
over
to, but
and tie the shoe, actually, because it takes longer to make a knot in a bow than it does to flip a Velcro over.
yeah, I remember. I I remember the trick, a rabbit in the hole, and so
Yeah, yeah. Make a rabbit ear and then take
yeah, that.
the then
And
tie it around the
I
rabbit.
I tried to fiddle with that for years, and I still couldn't get the. It just would not. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just go to Velcro shoes and be able to, because I
My,
could do that a whole lot easier. To
right. My ex-husband couldn't do it either. And he'd take two rabbit ears and then cross them over and put them through, but he couldn't do that. He ended up with Velcro shoes too. He's like, I just can't do this.
either Velcro shoes or slip-ons.
Yeah, they got good slip-on ones now.
Yeah, my favorite are the penny loafers. I always loved the penny loafers.
Yeah, they're cool. Do you put pennies in them?
No, I don't normally do that. I just
That's supposed to give you good luck.
yeah. I've
Heck,
of course
you'd have to put a $50 in there
I
now.
found some good. I
Inflation.
found some good Doctor. I found some good Dr. Scholl's Velcro shoes that are kind of dressy too. So
Yeah,
but I'll probably be bringing those on the cruise next year because I was told here a while back we're going to have to remember to bring some type of dress clothes when we go on that dinner. That what is it? The dinner that we're going to be going on.
it's like a captain's meal, captain's dinner.
Captains, yeah, they want you. They want to be.
You don't have to wear a tie, kind of like a dress shirt and decent trousers and decent
Yeah,
shoes.
yeah.
I have a dress for that, but I'm in a wheelchair. No one's really going to see the dress, but I got some nice shoes. So I'm going to bring. I'm already packed. I'm going to bring two dresses.
Oh, you're already paying.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
already packed. Because see, I bought new clothes
Mhm.
and I have cats and dogs. So I don't want cats and dog hair on my new clothes to
I
throw to the
understand
crew.
that. I
So
understand.
I bought those vacuum bags that you put them in, you zip it shut, and you put the vacuum in, it sucks all the air out.
Mm.
And I put all my new clothes to go on the cruise in those bags, and then I put them in a tote so that I only have to take them out and put them in my suitcase. So I'm all packed.
Mm.
Because that way it will protect them. They can't scratch them. They can't rip them. They can't chew them, put holes in them.
Mm.
You know, my animals come up. They like to you know how cats do this?
Yeah, they like to scratch.
They're kneading bread. Like they've been away from their mother too quickly. So they do this kind of kneading thing, and it puts all holes in your clothes. So all my pajamas have holes. You okay, Beck? Yeah. Okay. Kenny's on mute, talking to Paul.
That doesn't mean you're on mute.
I know,
I was
talking to Paul.
yeah, I was letting him know he's about to lose his phone, and he's about to go on the floor.
Oh,
And
my cats walk on my phone and dial people.
well, me and Dad, we've dropped our phones so many times. This is not funny. And
Do you gotta grab her like I gotta grab her? You go like this and
see,
it grabs up off the floor.
I've messed up technology like that before, and
Yeah, I broke the whole
That-
screen of my phone.
that stuff ain't cheap. And it is 12:30. Yeah. Yeah, you been over there sleeping good over there.
Hi, Papa.
Hey,
How are you, hon?
oh, I'm all right. I'm just sleeping. He
And
got
we
you.
woke you.
Huh?
And we woke you up.
Well, no, not really. You, nature calls, you know? Nature calls.
Oh yeah, I'm up and down, up and down, up and down all night.
Yeah, I actually, Red was actually surprised that I don't get up much during the night.
I know. She's like, he never goes to the restroom. I'm like, well, maybe he has a big bladder. I don't know.
It, you know,
Habit, right? When I was a waitress, I would forget I had to go,
yeah,
and I'd go out like 8 hour shift without going to the bathroom. And then I ended up with kidney stones because of it. And it's like
yeah.
the doctor said, "How often do you go to the restroom?" I'm like, "Well, I'm a waitress, and I can't just like pop off to the bathroom." And he goes, "Well, you're doing yourself harm. You better find a way of going more often." And I'm like, "Okay."
Hmm.
Hi, Red. Do you want to come up,
But,
Red?
it just, you know, uh, my body just works differently, and of course, everybody's body is differently, you know.
Well, your medical problems probably play a lot in that.
Yeah, but yeah, she was letting me know that she was letting me know that sometimes when she goes, you know, she has to get up, you know, a couple times during the night. And she's afraid she's gonna wake me up, and I'm like, no. Usually, once I'm asleep, I'm asleep. I'm usually, I'm usually dead to the world once I get sleep. I don't usually.
I'm
Uh,
gonna invite her. Let's see if that works.
it's very rare that he stirs after he falls asleep. It's very rare that I stir. So I sometimes scare my dad half to death because I'm breathing like kind of shallow like
Yeah.
in my sleep, but I'm still here, still breathing. I just That's just how I sleep. I mean, that's just
I'm trying to get Red to come up. I sent the link.
but yeah, I've um, but yeah,
I'm in the car driving. Wow, it took you 5 minutes to see me.
oh, yeah, it's Lorraine. Oh, she's been on a long way, ain't she? We've been on 3 hours and 30 minutes.
I got to get my time in. I haven't been on in like forever. There's no.
I think last time you was on, it was during the Popathon, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the last time I was on.
That was where you had to fill in for another YouTuber that wasn't able to fill in that time slot.
Right, that was 3 hours. I did 2 hours on my own. That was my slot, and then the next person couldn't come, so I did 3 hours altogether. Well, and that's my highest rating video right now.
Yeah, I
When I
was
check my analytics.
Yeah.
Well, are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I dislocated my shoulder though.
Yeah. Dad did something to his bicep or something up in this.
Yeah, I ripped the muscle in my arm.
He ripped a muscle in his arm getting up in the van. He was doing something in the van, and of course, like I said, our van's got running boards,
Right.
so we really don't need a. We can
Yeah.
maneuver. And
Do
just
you
get
have a handle like right in the door so you can use?
Well, actually, I just grab on to the. I just grab on once I get up on. Once I get on my both feet up on that step. I just hop up, on the step, and once I get a good grip, once I get a good traction on my feet on that step, I just grab hold of the dashboard of the van and just pull myself up in there.
There you go.
I actually amaze people because here again, I've had other people say, how do you get up, and I'm like,
Because your upper body has had to carry
mhm.
your lower body for so long that your upper body gained enough strength
As
to be able to get yourself where you need to go.
yeah, back when I was actually laid up with all them casts, that's all I had to use
Right.
was my upper body.
Right.
Because I had cast all the way up to my hips, just about.
Yeah.
And they went all the way down to my feet and ankles. And of course, I was in a lot of pain a lot. I had to wear the cast so long that it
They're
literally.
digging in.
They were literally wearing a blister and breaking the skin in the arch of my middle of my foot and on my heels. So they
Did they give you a new cast?
they told me
Do it?
they took no. They told me and said that since that was happening, that I wouldn't have to. That they decided that I'd been on the cast so long that I just go into immobilizers, the Velcro immobilizers. Hey, Red.
Hi.
Hi, hon. How's it going?
Good.
You look
Concert was really
happy.
good. The concert was
Yeah,
really
you
good.
look happy.
Yes.
You needed to do something like that.
Yeah, I did.
I'm going to a concert with Rebecca in a couple of weeks.
Cool.
We're going to what is it? Avatar.
Avatar.
Yeah, I keep wanting to say Anthrax, but
I haven't heard
Anthrax.
of that one.
I keep wanting to say Anthrax, but I know it's not Anthrax. It's Avatar.
Is that a band?
Yeah, Avatar's a band.
Okay.
They're what would you describe their genre, Beth?
They are a rock metal band
A rock.
with a twist. They're kind of carnival-y, but not overly dramatic.
Right.
They have a wide variety of soft music and hard stuff.
Yeah. Did you hear?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I heard it.
It's like when we went to. I love Static X and Dope, and a lot of their music. But I also like rock, traditional rock and roll, Skinner, all that, the old rock and roll, and I like a variety. The only I don't like a lot of screamo because of my migraines and my seizures. It can activate my seizures. But when we went to Static X
There
and Dope,
were
they put me in the middle of the mosh pit and surrounded me to keep me
lights
safe.
tonight that I think would have caved.
Yeah, be careful driving.
Yeah.
I tried to.
looks-
I'm not driving.
Oh, you're not driving. Okay, good.
No, I'm not driving.
That's good. Yeah, so we're going to them in San
So
Antonio at the Aztec Theater in a couple of weeks.
cool. We were at the
I gotta
St.
get out.
Louis
I have not gotten out of this cabin in so long.
Music Park.
Music helps. Yeah.
Yeah, we were at the St. Louis Music Park. St. Louis Music Park.
Oh, you
I
look.
found out that Charlie Grace was at the Arch yesterday when we were at the Arch.
Yeah, I heard that.
I would have met up with her if I knew that. I need to download that app. I got some things off more photos off my phone and stuff off my phone.
Yeah.
So I want to download that Nomad Near Me app.
Uh-huh.
See if she's on that, and then I'll know like when there's a nomad near me.
Right.
But yeah, I should be about ready to meet up with Roy and Becky here sometime this week.
Is that in the way?
Oh, they're coming there.
Yeah, possibly Friday.
Oh, that must be part of that.
Passing through.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it is.
They said they'd stop by and see me.
I said they're passing through.
Yeah. And
Oh, I forgot about this.
Yeah,
My rig is parked at the Walmart now.
you must be with your friend Gladys.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. We went to the concert. It was really good. And she took me to my rig. I had to leave the state park because they only allow you to stay there 7 days in a 30-day period. So I didn't stay there anymore. So I'm parked at the Walmart right now.
So you had to move your rig. Yeah.
Yeah, I needed to get gas. And I called the mechanic, and I'm going to be able to get it into the mechanic before I go to M21, which is good because my gas gauge isn't working and my check engine light is on again.
Oh.
Like I told you, Kenneth, when I got to Branson.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still like that. And when I was going to go to Georgia, I called them, and they said, we're backed up for weeks and weeks.
Really?
And then since I'm not going to Georgia, I was like, well, I'll try and call him again and see if I can get it in before M21. And he said he could get it in on the 15th. So that's good.
You can't float, sissy.
I was just talking Dad today. I've already had the oil change and the transmission changed in the van, but I need to do the truck. I usually try to do both vehicles around about the same time so I can keep up with when I need to do it again. So
I think I need new house batteries because I can't. Every time I go to try to turn on my generator, even after I just turn the engine off, my house batteries are not enough. And I have 2 of them. They're not enough to get my generator going.
Oh, so
I
either
think
the batteries are bad or the alternator for the house batteries is bad.
I think I need new batteries. I'm gonna have to ask him about that too, because I didn't tell him that. So I'm gonna call him.
I was gonna say you may have dead cell in them.
Yeah, because so Mike from California Travel Videos put the little thing on there that reads the volts, and it's always too low.
The voltage, yeah.
Yeah, and so it doesn't start. I have to have my engine on for a while before my generator will start.
It's supposed to, when you're driving, the alternator is supposed to be keeping those topped off.
Yeah, yeah. I couldn't believe it. Like right when I got to the state park,
Is it?
which
Is it?
was Thursday, I guess. Thursday.
Some rigs have separate alternators, one for the batteries and the house batteries, and then one for the engine.
Mhm.
It's a smart idea to have a separate alternator for the house batteries if you're not going to
And
do solar.
yeah, and two, probably another good idea probably is if you can is get a 1045 amp
Right.
because
Hmm.
that will the more amps you got that
So,
the more better off you are because it'll have enough juice and amperage to should be able to power everything that you need because if you get because that's what I have in the van is at 1,045. So when it gets wintertime, it also makes it easier to crank in the wintertime when it's cold.
right. It won't crank otherwise.
I heard it was cold at Mayberry last year. Doreen said.
And that and I actually I was going to try to get a 1,045 amp for the truck, but I couldn't get one for the truck because it wouldn't fit in that casing in the battery casing.
It was too big for
Yeah,
the
Get the
battery
battery
for the
head
battery
off.
tray.
yeah, battery. Yeah, it was too big for too big for
I
the
have
battery
headphones,
trays.
but I'm charging, so because my phone died. Okay, I'm gonna
But
go.
have a good one, Red.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. I didn't realize you were going to a concert.
Bye.
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 But uh,
There's always the replay.
yeah,
Everybody's like, well, you hardly had anybody in there. And I'm like, well, there's always the replay.
yeah. Well, and two, there's other lies happening at the same time as well.
Yeah, I don't care. I
Yeah.
cannot get in the concept of having to be in a raid parade
Uh-huh.
because though we're all pretty much a group, how do you get new members to a group if you don't expand your audience?
I know.
So if we stick with all the same group all the time and we're careful about being in a raid parade, it's
Mhm.
very hard to reach out to new subscribers.
Mhm.
Like right now, I'm linked to Facebook, I'm linked to YouTube and Instagram. And Instagram is new for me.
Mhm.
And then I reached out to other genres that are friends of mine.
Mhm.
I have my Disney friends are watching, they're lurking. And I have a hiker guy who looks for different signs of Bigfoot
Mhm.
because I'm into Bigfoot. It's a long story, but I'm into Bigfoot
Mhm.
and researching, other things that are out in the woods because I grew up in the woods.
Yeah.
And I've seen things that other people have not seen. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
There's lots of different kinds of bears in China that they've never seen. There's different kinds of monkeys. They just found a new kind of ape group. We have not found, identified, and classified a lot of the animals and wildlife and whatever you want to call Bigfoot.
Mhm.
And other cryptids
Yeah.
that people don't believe because it's hard for them to wrap their mind around it unless they actually see it for themselves. Know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's like you grow up being told there's
Did
badgers, okay? But you don't live in an area where you see badgers. Are badgers real? Even though you don't see them? How about a roadrunner? I had never seen a roadrunner till I got here in Texas.
I haven't seen him. I haven't seen a Roadrunner in real life, but I have seen it in the cartoons.
Right. But you know that they're real, right? Why? Because you've seen it in a picture in a cartoon? Or because you really believe they exist?
Mm-hmm.
Why are people not open minded enough to realize there's other kinds of creatures in the woods and make fun of people who actually seen them or got hurt by them or been attacked by them? I've never seen a grizzly bear, but I know they're there and I'm going to watch my butt when I'm out hiking. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I meant to ask. I meant to ask Hilda earlier. Did she make another new Facebook?
I don't know.
Because I got a friend request from her on another account.
Ask her about it because somebody may have
And
taken it
I
for
knew
a
I
card.
was already.
You know how that happens.
I was already friends with her on one account.
Then the other one could be a scam account. Somebody took her account. Is that you or me? I'm like, I'm not even looking. I don't know. This is a brand new computer. You know what happened to the last computer I had? I was not feeling well, and I was playing RuneScape. It's a role-playing RPG game where you can make a character and do different things. And I have lots of friends on that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't know how sick I was.
Mm-hmm.
And my kidneys had stopped working.
Ooh.
So
Not good.
I reached out to get the hand sanitizer. And for some reason, I grabbed the cranberry juice and poured cranberry juice over my hands, over the left side of the keyboard of my laptop, and fried the power supply because I was that sick. I unplugged the computer and I told Rebecca, I said, we need to go to the hospital. I'm sick. She goes, how do you know you're sick? I said, I just poured cranberry juice all over the computer. And I was using that computer for YouTube, a business that I run, and for role playing games, RuneScape, that I had been playing for 15 years. And I knew the minute, I'm like, I just grabbed cranberry juice thinking it was hand sanitizer and poured it all over my hand and onto the computer.
Oh wow.
So I'm like, until I feel better, I'm not buying another computer. And when I do buy a new computer, the minute I stop using it, I'm going to shut it put it in its bubble wrap, put it back in its box, and set it in a safe place. And then when I go to use it again, I'll take it back out. Because I want to make sure, because I can't afford to make that kind of mistake again, because that computer had all the pictures of my kids growing up. But my daughter found a way of being able to transfer what's on the hard drive
Mm,
to the new computer, hardwiring it some way.
yeah.
So she's got that cord to do it, but it won't power up. So I don't know how, if it can't power up, how can she transfer off the hard drive?
I know I ruined a computer one time because I accidentally spilled soft drink on one time, and when it wasn't very much. It wasn't very. It was just very little bit of soft drink, and
Yeah,
it got down in there, and it ruined the whole motherboard on it, and I just had to go buy another computer. So
Yep,
that's
that's
why I
what
try.
I did.
That's why I try to keep liquids, and I try to be very.
I make sure I drink a drink with a cover.
Yeah.
And I make sure the computer is over here, away from me. And I drink back here, put the cover on, and then I sit forward. Because
like I
I
said,
can't afford another computer.
well, these things aren't cheap.
No. And like, I'm going on the cruise, but most of the cruise is going to go on a credit card because I just got to do payments. I can't just give $1,800 right out my pocket. But I got credit up to $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to pay payments on my cruise and then save extra money aside for the bus and to be able to take my girls to Disney, because it might be our last time going to Disney, and Disney is our favorite thing in the world, favorite place to go. It's not a theme park. Everybody thinks, oh, Disney's just another theme park. No, it's so immersive that when you go in, you forget the real world outside. Completely forget all your worries, all your problems just evaporate. And you get immersed into this altered experience that makes you feel happy all the time, and it's so enjoyable, and everybody's so polite, and it's just a different. When you leave, you actually go through like withdrawal symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're almost afraid to leave and go back to reality, go back to your real life with all your issues. There's no theme park that really does that. Changes your mindset and makes you relax and calm and takes all your worries away.
Yeah, I've heard Disney is a really great place to go.
Want to know how many times I've gone?
Have been
37 times.
37 times.
Rebecca's gone now 23 times. The amount of money I spent, I could have had like 4 or 5 houses by now. But I owned my own business, and my husband was a head chef at a restaurant, and I owned a florist business, ran a florist business. And we had, we've been rich and we've been poor. And right now we're poor. But I'm comfortable either way. You know what I mean? I'm the same when I have money as when I'm poor. I still hoard money. I still am very frugal. I'm careful with what I have because it can be taken away, and I know that because I lost everything in the hurricane, and it can happen in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you saw what this last Hurricane Ida did to so many people. They lost everything. When we left, we had the dog food, the cat food, we had all the pets in the car, and we had the clothes on our backs. And we picked up a guy who thought he was going to stay in his trailer, his fifth wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And we said to him, Walter, no, you get your butt in our car with your dog and your dog food. We got plenty of water. We got money for food. We got full tank of gas. You're not staying in your fifth wheel. When we got back, his fifth wheel was ripped in half and upside down on its roof. Imagine if he had stayed in it.
I was still listening. I could still hear you and talk to Dad.
Oh, I
So
know. I know. There's sometimes you have to talk to Pa and you don't want everybody knowing what you're saying. I don't blame you. Hey, this is the real world, buddy. You know,
yeah,
I don't take offense to any of that. No, I know that you're listening. You're a good kid. Pa's a good guy.
yeah,
I want you to take care of each other. I want you to love each other and worry about what's going on. And when you press mute, I know it's something that you need to say important and it's private, and that's
yeah.
fine. I'm fine with that. I don't take offense to any of that sort of thing. Got to live your life.
Yeah.
You spend your whole life on YouTube. Hey, I want to go visit Kenny. I got to go on YouTube to go find him because I want to spend some time getting to know Kenny better. That's kind of why I'm kind of staying on and sitting with you because we have not, even though we've been up on the live together before, we've never really talked and got to know each other. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And Pa in the background.
Yeah, he's talking about charging his phone. He, it's gonna take 2 hours to charge his phone.
Oh my goodness, that's a long
Yeah.
time.
Well, he let it go all the way dead
Oh,
to where it.
I'm afraid to do that because how do you call 911
Well,
when
see,
your phone's dead?
most most people I've talked to that's really that's worked with technology, they tell you to run them as low as it'll go until it says charge them because it helps
The battery.
the battery
That's
to.
because it's iron phosphate, and you have to run them real low. I think my wheelchair is the same way.
And they tell you, to not to it's not good for one to stay plugged up all the time.
Right.
That's the reason why you see me a lot of times. I will run this PC until it goes about where it's normally about dead, and then I plug it up, let it sit there and charge, and then once it gets fully charged, I'll unplug it and run it off the battery. And I say it helps. It help by doing all that. It helps make the batteries last longer because I say if you keep all your electronics plugged up all the time, you're gonna wear them out faster, and then you're gonna wind up having to pay a fortune to get a new battery for them.
Right.
Either that, or you're gonna have to buy a whole new device because they made them now where you're not even allowed to remove them now.
Yeah, you can't open them up or they won't work on them.
Uh,
They
they're
won't fix
non
them.
they're non-removable. Even though they do, I've heard stories about where they do have shops that say that they repair stuff like that, but then you take it to the shop, they're like, no, we can't do that. We're not allowed. I'm like, why even have a business like that if if you're not gonna?
There's certain things that void the warranty, and if they touch it, then your warranty's voided the minute they open it.
Mhm. So
I just send mine back to the company. My other one, I have Hewlett Packard. Hewlett Packard,
yeah, that's what this PC is. It's a Europe Packard.
and mine too. And then I call them. I tell them what's wrong. They send me a label. I put it back in the box, pack it up, and I send it out. They fix it. If they can't fix it, they give me a new one, and they send it back. So why should I take it to someone to mess with it, other than the fact that you're without a computer for that amount of time? But you're going to
Yeah,
be anyway. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna have to put this one in the shop here after Mayberry, because there is a button that's missing off of here.
Oh,
I'm not sure what it was or what it was for, but
and you don't know how
I
to
had
work it.
well, I can tell you, I actually, me telling you, you probably saw me on a couple of live streams where I was swatting at flies. Well, I swatted at a fly on the PC because I got tired of being buzzed around with ears and stuff like that. Hey, Ron Darrell,
Hey, Ron, how's it going?
but anyway, I swatted at a fly on the PC and it busted that key off there, and I gotta figure out I gotta take it back and have it put back. And I
See,
also it also gave me warning that I don't have any that my warranty has run out already, and
oh,
I'm wanting to renew it, and I don't have any. I need to have some protection on it. I don't have any protection. I
right.
hope I can, because I don't want people to hack into this thing.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Ron, I can send you the link. It's in the chat, or I can send it again if you want to come up.
But if you're wondering what, that's notifications that I've been getting through YouTube, where I got everything connected to. I got all three devices connected to one account, so
Well,
it's all YouTube.
I got Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, but up on my computer it only says Facebook and YouTube. But I sent a link through Instagram. Oh, yeah, you look tired, Red. But
You're about
you look like you had a wonderful time, and that's awesome because we all need a break. We all need to get out and have something to enjoy for a bit.
That's the reason why I'm excited about getting ready to.
Oh, Ron, you tired too? Time for bed. We're night owls, me and Kenny.
Yeah,
Well,
we've actually went all the way up to like 7, 8 o'clock the next morning.
well, you said to me, I think it was around 3 o'clock in the morning. You said to me, "Hey, let's hang out for a little while longer because Down Under Cruises is going to be on." And I'm
Yeah,
like, that was the first time I heard anything about Down Under Cruises. So I'm like, all right, so we'll hang out till 5
they
a.m.
usually come on at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. So you and
This
I
time
yacked and yacked and yacked.
they're off for 2 weeks.
I got to color my hair. See all the gray?
They're taking 2 weeks off because it being a Jewish holiday.
Yeah, they honored me by being up here. They really, honored me for being up here.
Mhm.
I don't blame them. They need to celebrate their holidays. They're important, especially New Year's for them. It's different. It's a new beginning. They're not like New Year's for us.
So,
It's a new. It's like being born new, having a new start.
oh, okay.
In you know what I mean?
So they don't. So in actuality, in Australia, they don't celebrate New Year's like we do. Then, right?
They do. Jewish people though have Rosh Hashanah, which is New Year's, but it's
Ah.
more religious based, more
Ah.
about renewal of your life, your family, your connections,
Mm,
and starting your life on a better foot.
mm.
You know what I mean? It's hard to explain. I was married to a Jewish man. That's why my oldest daughter is half Jewish.
Mhm.
Um, and I enjoyed, uh, you know, learning Hebrew and learning the Torah and being part of that. I couldn't believe the animosity of people
Mhm.
towards Jewish people and temple. We actually were in the services, and a couple of masked men, came up and put chains on the doors on the exits. And
Mhm.
if you open the door, it would pull the pin of a hand grenade.
Mhm.
And they did it knowing that we broke for lunch. And we would go home and have lunch and then come back and do more services. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Thank goodness we all didn't just walk out and push on the door.
Mhm.
A couple of people saw chains and they're like, wait a minute, call the police, call the bomb squad. I see chains and hand grenades. Imagine that. And my daughter was 3 months old. My daughter, Vanessa, who is up here,
Mhm.
she was 3 months old. And the temple was packed with people. I mean, imagine going to church and because someone doesn't like your religion, they tie the doors shut and put bombs to kill you all.
Wow. That would be very
They
very.
did they did that because we were Jewish. And that's wrong.
What
That's just crazy.
What's your dog barking at?
I'm sorry,
What is your dog barking at?
Rebecca. She just came in from being outside getting some air. Would you take this cat? Thank you. I want to show the puppy, but she's sleeping somewhere. Can you get by with the cat?
I was just looking. I was just flipping through Facebook a few minutes ago, and I saw where Beach Please.
Yeah.
They lost their fur baby, their cat.
Oh,
Oh, I saw that on Facebook.
I have a hard time when something happens and I either have to put my animal to sleep or uh, if they die. My white dog passed away. We had to put her to sleep. She had lung cancer,
Yeah.
and that wasn't that long ago. We missed her. a lot.
I saw that on Facebook too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we got a new puppy. Becky's trying to get a hold of her. Here she is. You gotta see this little baby.
How old is it?
Well, they gave her to us. They gave her to us too soon, so she's probably about 5 weeks old.
Mhm.
But
I
she,
sure hope that I sure hope that you have a lot easier time training yours than I did mine.
this is half Chihuahua, half Rat Terrier,
Yeah.
so I believe it'll be fine. I want to help you train your dog because it's never too late to train a dog.
Because like I said, I got mine 2 weeks too early,
Yep.
and I
The
had mine. I had mine in a 6 weeks training course at at, at
Petco, PetSmart,
yeah. And
they usually do good.
well, I spent about $150 to $200, and it was on. And I even did everything it told me to do, and it just won't take. And
So we didn't pass the course because they evaluate them on
no,
the end.
they um so I mean, I don't know. They said getting them too early, like it messes with their psychological process thinking type.
Yeah, they go back to their wild instincts. Their what their they lose their domestication.
Yeah,
They go back to more primitive thinking. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. And this dog, it weighs 55 pounds. So,
Yeah.
and and uh, and I didn't realize I was getting in. I didn't realize what I was getting into when I got the German Shepherd. Another friend of mine that I went to school with, he got a male.
Uh-huh.
See, I got the runt of the wood.
Yeah, this is the runt of the litter too.
Well, um, my the friend of mine got the next one closest to the runt, which was a male. Mine was the female, and the friend of mine that got the same time I got mine, uh, he he is having the exact same issues
Yeah.
as I am with mine, because said, have you had any luck training yours? And I said, no, not really. Said, I've been working with her ever since she was a pup, ever since she was 6 weeks old.
How old is
Yeah,
she now?
she's 6 years old now.
Yeah.
And the vet tells me that I don't know how, but the vet tells me that she's still in a puppy stage.
Right.
How
Mentally.
how
Mentally.
how can you, and I'm thinking, and they said some dogs grow out of it, some dogs don't.
Right.
And and I can tell you right now, she would not make a good guard dog right now, because she's too scared of everything. I mean, she's scared of a broom, mop, vacuum cleaner, leaf. She's scared of her own shadow.
Did you see my new opening video when I start my lives?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Did you see that horse that I was holding?
No, I didn't get that one. No.
Here, I'll run it again, or I'll try.
You can do this. One of the most used phrases ever to motivate people to do things they never thought were possible. But what does it really mean? Does it take into consideration my disability? Does it take into consideration my finances? I've asked these questions over and over as I've grown up. The only answer I've come across that makes any sense is another question. Do I have the willpower to do this? It's not about what we struggle with. It's not about what we don't have. It's about what we do have. And we have willpower. We have love and support from friends and family. We want to see things and experience things. We are not traveling with disabilities. No. We are traveling with special abilities. So come, join us with your special abilities.
So did you see that horse?
I did.
Okay, he's 17 hands, and he had been abused for his whole life, and he was 18 years old. And when you walked him, if a leaf rolled by, he would spin around kicking and screaming and rearing up. And if a truck went by, he'd yank you down the road running, holding on to his lead to get away from the truck.
Wow.
And he was born in Mexico, and they used a barbed wire bit to train him in his mouth and cut up his tongue and beat him to make him do what they wanted him to do.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that he would never, ever be able to be trained. I trained him to the point where he could stand. I could ride him up next to a running diesel truck, this far away from the diesel truck, and he would not move. And I've trained dogs, I've trained horses. Wait a minute, gotta put her down. I owned an animal rescue. I trained a pig to follow me around. It was a wild pig. I'm like an animal whisperer. That cat that keeps getting in the way. When the lady threw it out the window at 30 miles an hour, it ran up my driveway. It ran up my driveway past my white dog that passed away and ran up and jumped and held on to me like this. It knew that if it came to me, even past the dogs, through the dogs, that it would be safe. So I have like an ability to train dogs that are untrainable. My white dog that I had, she was half Shar-Pei and half Labrador, and she was so scared that she would hide under a chair, and if you went near her, she would tear you up. And I went to the rescue because I got her from a rescue. I went to the rescue and I sat across the room on the floor for like 2 hours. And then I did that for a week. Then I came back the next week and I had a treat in my hand, and I put my hand out and she started growling. and I set the treat down.
Mm-hmm.
And I put both my hands in my lap, and I didn't stare at her. I stared at the floor in front of her.
Mm.
Eventually, she started, I could get the treat closer. Every time I came, I could get the treat closer and closer and closer until she came out. And she came out and didn't bite my hand and jumped up in my lap and hugged me. And the ladies from the shelter had been watching the whole process, and they started bawling. They were crying, looking through the window, because I was in a room with just a door and a window where they could look in to make sure whoever was going to adopt the dogs wasn't beating the dog. And that dog turned out excellent.
Mm-hmm.
She was one of my favorite dogs.
But how I knew this is that I've actually seen this dog when a stranger comes by.
She hides.
She backs away.
Yeah.
From 10 feet. She backs 10 feet away from them.
Because
Maybe
they're
a little-
hovering over her.
maybe
They're not
maybe
at her
maybe
level.
maybe a little bit more, but anyway,
They're
she
intimidated
backs
because
away 10 feet and then just barks her head off.
yeah,
And I was always taught that growing up that German Shepherds by nature, hey man, by nature, German Shepherds are a natural are a
ooh,
natural
yummy.
are a natural guard dog.
Right.
They actually automatically, if they have to go into attack mode, they do that on their own, and they go after whoever they need to go after if to protect their own.
Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Oh, pork chop.
But see, I've seen mine be too scared of everything. So
That's
that
your dog?
yeah, that's the reason why
Yeah, his dog.
I just don't. I just don't see this dog ever becoming an actual.
If you could give me a couple of months with it, if I could come to your house but stay in a hotel and come over, I bet you I can help.
How old is the dog, though?
The dog's afraid of everything.
The dog's
How
afraid
old
of
is it?
6 years old.
Don't matter. You can teach old dogs new things.
You can?
Yeah.
I thought you couldn't teach an old dog new tricks.
That's men. That's not an actual dog. That's a dog man. A man who is no good. Yeah, you can't teach an old dog to change, an old man to change their set in their ways. Get off my computer. Get down.
I got blue cheese
That looks so good, that salad.
and chicken and cranberries and
You're,
walnuts.
you're eating my dad's favorite salad dressing. I can't stand blue cheese.
I don't like blue cheese either.
No, it's not blue
Salad.
cheese. It's like a vinaigrette, but there's blue cheese actually on the salad.
In the salad.
Oh,
I don't like
see,
goat
I don't like
cheese.
blue cheese in anything. So
My dad likes.
I have apples in my salad.
Oh, now I've had those.
I don't like olives either. I'm a weirdo.
I'm not a big
I
fan
love
of
olives.
when
So if we ever get to a point where I can,
let the skin or whatever, so I get a blow.
Oh, okay.
If I ever get to a point where I can and come over and work with your dog, I bet you I can help. Is that Gladys behind you? Hi, Gladys.
Hello.
How are you? Did you have a good time?
Good. Hopefully you're doing good.
Did you have a good time at the concert?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
It
Red
was so
was
good.
smiling ear to ear. She looked like she had a great time.
It was so good. That was like their first concert, and those two bands haven't been together since like toured together since like
Who'd you go to see?
2015. Need to Breathe
Need to Breathe. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
and Switchfoot.
I've been so like running ragged today. I had to call Sean and have him help me. It's like, Sean, help me. Only because I was adding video to the live stream and it's difficult.
I don't know how to do that.
I know now.
How do you do it?
You put the video on your desktop or in your file. You put it in a file and then you put it on your desktop or in your pictures.
I did do it one time because I shared the file
And then you
of
share it.
Nate jumping off the cliff.
Yeah. Then you share it
Right.
and it's in the little box down here. Have you seen my intro?
Yeah, I was watching it as we came in, and you showed it to me. You sent it to me before.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm. It's very good.
Thank you. Now I got to just put the helping hand for cruising on the end because I want to promote that. I'm trying to promote
I remember.
positive messages.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember Sean said a while back he wanted to promote that as much as possible.
Yeah. I'm going to give him this exposure all the time. Do you know this wicked cryptid guy?
Kinda, not really. I don't know what his name is.
Hi, I haven't met you.
He's on this is my friend Lorraine. I mailed him a sticker. We're friends on Twitter. And he didn't tell me his name, so I sent it to Wicked Cryptics.
This is my logo right now.
Okay.
And my daughter doesn't like it. Right now it's kind of squished. My daughter doesn't really care for it, so the logo that's going to be on the side of my bus is what's going to be my logo for the YouTube channel. And to find all the pieces to it, because it's a monorail, a Disney monorail, with my traveling with special abilities on the side of the monorail where the color, because they have different colors of the monorail, like a street, different kinds. And then in the clouds is going to be all different kinds of transportation that we take, and then it's going to have our bus, and then a compass rose in front, and like an arrow saying we're on our way, we're going. You know what I mean? It's like symbolic. It has a deep meaning that only, I'm sure a lot of people won't understand it, but I understand it. And the bus.
And what is it? Wait, what is it?
It's a monorail because we love Disney. Oh. And then it's in pastel clouds with different kinds of transportation that we like steam trains and cruise ships.
That's
and
good.
airplanes and buses. And then it will have in front of the monorail, it'll have a compass rose indicating we go everywhere. We're free spirits, we go everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the bus is a memorial to my father. So it's Vern the bus. My dad's name was Lorraine Deveau. So it's Vern the bus.
Lou's getting a bath.
And it's going to be on a metal, our logo's going to be on a metal plate on the front of the bus too. And then inside,
I had an Airbnb guest who used to drive the monorail at Disney World.
My son got to drive it when they were allowing people to drive it. Now they can't because there was an accident where one of the drivers ran into another monorail and he died. So they stopped having people up in the cab and driving. My son's driven a subway, a steam engine, a monorail, an airplane. He got invited up in the cockpit of an airplane.
Mm-hmm.
He gets invited to drive the strangest things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a cruise ship. I mean, hello, you know. They always seem to pick him. They're like, "Hey, buddy, you want to do this?" And he's like, gone before I even know it. We're in the middle of Boston in the tunnels, and he's up driving the subway. It's crazy.
So Wicked's real name is Kurt.
Kurt.
I saw that. Okay.
Nice to meet you too, Kurt.
Nice to
Your
meet
stickers
you.
are coming to Wicked Quick Picks because you didn't tell me your name. You gave me his address.
Yeah, I gotta get, so if I get my logo done, then I can get my stickers done. Because I'm gonna go to Sticker Depot because they're UV protected, weather protected, and all that.
This one?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I was
I'm gonna
told
make magnets
I
too.
ordered 600 stickers.
well, I was told by Roy, and
Oh, I like that.
I was told by Roy from
This one
Roy
actually
and
is
Sticker
better.
Travel. That Sticker Depot has a good deal. You can get like 250 stickers for like $69 right now.
Yeah, I like your wolf. I actually was looking through a program and saw that wolf in black, just the outline, but none of the other parts. It was just the wolf, just like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a program where you can take that piece and put it somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Without paying for it, you just you screen capture it and move it, which is kind of cool because that's what I'm doing with the monorail. I got the monorail's actually in 3 pieces. I got to find a way of putting them all together.
I gotta do a thumbnail for girls chat.
Yeah. How's that going? I haven't been able to be a part of that. I've been doing a lot of stuff
I'm
here,
doing it this Thursday.
and I haven't been well. I pulled my shoulder, I dislocated my shoulder, and didn't go to the hospital because they're so full of COVID that they are sending people away.
That's bad.
And then they're choosing, I don't know how they're choosing, but they're choosing who can go in ICU on a respirator and who can't.
How are they choosing?
I don't know. I don't know how they're choosing. Probably by your health history, your blood work. I don't know how they could choose because a healthy person can go from good to bad in a matter of minutes with the Delta virus. So I don't know. and that's scary. So it was just a dislocated shoulder. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder. It runs in the family, and so our limbs dislocate just doing nothing. Like
Wow.
if I hang my leg over the edge of the bed, my uh, knee will separate from my calf, from my bottom part of my leg, and I have to physically pull my calf and my foot up onto the bed
Mm.
and then tie a Velcro thing around the end. If you've seen my bed, it has like bars,
Mm-hmm.
and I have like it's a Velcro band, like 4-inch band that you put around my ankle, and then I have to tie that around the end of the bed and pull
Wow.
so that, and then let go so that my knees here, my bottom part of my leg is here, and I have to pull it open and let it go so it goes back together again.
Mm-hmm.
So my shoulder, what I did, because it was my shoulder blade end up in here and it ran all the way up my neck, I had to reach above. I had bars above. You probably saw those too. I had to reach up. See, I can actually do this now. I couldn't even move my arm. I had to reach up
Mm.
and go and pull my body back down and pop my shoulder back in.
Oh, that's really
Ow.
painful. My
And I
brother.
have to take pain pills and muscle relaxers
Ouch.
I can,
to
I can imagine.
relax it enough to do it.
I'm listening. I'm just gonna throw this back away.
I'm gonna probably have to do something with that again because he bought a thing today to see if it would help, and he wasted money on it because it's not helping his arm any at all.
Oh,
What?
it's hard to know. I've spent money on things
I
that I
thought
thought would help, and it
probably have to
doesn't.
have it X-rayed to find out exactly what tore in there, what or has some type of X-ray done, CT scan, something.
Yeah, maybe see when you get arthritis and you have certain complications for things, your joints actually grow more cartilage and more calcium deposits, and your cartilage wears thin when you get old, so that it grinds. You know what I mean? And it doesn't always
Yeah,
get better. So
then
they have to do a CAT scan or X-rays to see exactly what's going on.
because he's got that neuropathy,
Right,
and he doesn't have any feeling in that right foot whatsoever. I mean,
right.
he doesn't have. I mean, he's
There's,
got some in the up in the shin and things like that.
right.
But as far as the foot itself, there's no feeling at all.
That's because of his diabetes and his
Yeah,
circulation.
and here a while back, they couldn't even here a while back. Get this, they couldn't even find a pulse
Right.
in his foot. And
Is his arteries going to his leg? Are they blocked?
I'm like, he's got to have one because he's sitting up. And
Yeah, but you can lose your pulse in your leg if there's something blocking the blood flow.
they done a what they call a what's not.
They put a balloon down the arteries to see if it was blocked or
They did a what they call an EKG or something, or no,
that's for your heart and stuff. Yeah.
no.
That's my first.
What
Yeah,
they call it?
we've talked about
What they
everything
call it?
under the
Vascular.
sun.
Hmm?
We've been talking
Vascular.
about everything under
Vascular.
the sun. A vascular scan. Yeah.
Yeah,
See?
vascular test, whatever they call it. Oh, it looks so good,
Yeah, that shows
but
the
it's
blood
2 o'clock
flow
in the
down to
morning.
the
So
foot. Yeah.
Blue wants some. But you just ate Blue.
I had Asian pork chops and spicy French fries.
well,
They were too spicy.
I had liver cheese and pepper jack cheese with no
For
bread.
dinner,
Yeah, with no bread
there
because
you go.
I'm on that low
That,
carb
that
diet
low
thing.
carb diet, no
Yeah,
bread.
so that's all I that's all I basically had to do.
I made pot roast too yesterday.
Oh, yummy! I love pot roast.
I saw a picture of that on Facebook. I thought, oh man.
My problem is my air conditioner doesn't keep up with the amount of heat because we only have a 5,000 BTU. Last year we had a 6,000, which could keep up, even though we're in a small cottage.
Mhm.
It just doesn't have very much insulation because we're in the desert of Texas and they don't insulate nothing. I
Yeah.
mean, we're basically in one of those sheds that they make for lawnmowers, but it's a bigger one, like a storage shed that they made into an apartment. I mean, you gotta kind of get the idea of where we live. We live in Boonsville, USA.
Yeah, my cousin has family out there in
Yeah, Longview is.
Longview, Texas,
Yep.
and he said he was glad he got out of there when he did because he said he wasn't a big fan of it. Said that there ain't nothing out there but desert.
We're yeah, we're in desert. Like I said, I had 3 or 4, I forget, scorpions, and I got bit 3 times, and I'm allergic.
Mm.
Cargo Dan has a problem with scorpions too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a problem. It really is.
But because I actually thought about taking a visit out there one day, and he said, he said, I'm gonna tell you, you ain't missing much.
You're not missing anything unless you go
But
up
they
into
have
the
the
hill
London
country.
Bridge at Lake Havasu.
What?
London Bridge at Lake
London.
Havasu.
Yeah.
He was my cousin's the one I was telling you about a while back that used to drive the truck around the country. He drove for Ace, and when he goes on a regular road trip, like say he's going from here to Longview, Texas. Well, he'll drive 2,200 miles round trip. Not just stop long enough to get gas, get a snack, bathroom break, and go again. First time his wife went out there with him.
Well, I tell
First
you, once you get here, you can't wait to get the heck out. And I've been here 15 years. Not
first
in
time,
this cabin 15 years, but I've been in Texas for 15, almost 16 years. Been in this cabin 4 years since the
first time,
hurricane.
yeah.
Since the hurricane, and I lost my house.
I was gonna say first time his wife went out there with him. She'd never been on a long road trip like that before.
Right.
She asked him, said, well, we're gonna get a motel room. He said, you see that passenger seat? That's your motel room.
Oh yeah. If you're lucky, you get a truck with the sleeper cab. But
well, he was in his regular truck then. When
oh,
he went out there in his regular vehicle.
oh, okay.
He drove, like I said, he drove 2,200 miles round trip and just stopped long enough, get gas, get a snack, go for a bathroom break, Go again.
I had to
And
go help my
so he got
daughter.
until he got where are you going? That's where he, and she was
I
ready to
had to
go.
go get my daughter up in Massachusetts, and I had a Mustang convertible,
Mhm.
and it was an emergency. Her boyfriend was abusing her so bad that she was blue
Mhm.
in the face when she was talking to me. She was literally blue, and he would not call an ambulance. And she didn't dare to call an ambulance, and because he would have done something bad to her. So she called and had me go up. So I went up with my son and my daughter. I went 90 to 100 miles an hour. I don't know how I did not get pulled over.
Hmm.
And I made it from Texas to Massachusetts in 2 days. And then I got her out of the house and went up to my aunt's house. And my aunt said, "How did you get here so fast?" And I said, "I just flew." She goes, "You took an airplane?" I said, "No, I drove that Mustang as fast as I could." But she had to go to the hospital, and oh, it's a mess. Now you
See
ask her, she goes, "You didn't rescue me."
that
And my other kids go, uh, Mom saved your life."
yeah out there in Texas, uh, the speed limit out there is like 85 mile an hour out there.
The puppy's trying to get in the dog food. Wait a
I'm
minute.
trying to see. There was the last song they did
Did you
was
did
I
you
don't
see
know.
this? Red?
Let me see. Because I'm somewhere else now. Oh, oh,
This is Willow.
oh, so
This is
cute.
my little girl. She's only 5 weeks old.
Wow.
They were giving her to, they were giving the puppies to anybody who would take them.
Really? Wow.
I told my daughter I want that one. I said I'm
Wow.
not going to let that one go to some weirdo who uses them as bait for pit bulls. They
Ew.
do that. They do that down here a lot. It's a big,
Really?
big, 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 big problem. Oh yeah, bait dogs. I'm still associated with a lot of rescues, and when you see a dog that's got blue or red on there, they like spray paint them.
Blue drooled on
They
me.
spray paint the bait dogs different colors, and they bet the red dog's going to win, or the red dog's going to stay alive for, and they bet on how long the bait dog will live. That's why I had a rescue here, but I can't do it. I don't have the strength anymore. At one time in my rescue, I had over 200 animals.
Mhm.
Blue's getting it.
I had a back before I had to get rid of them. Before I had a rat terrier and Chihuahua mix.
That's what she is. That's what Willow is.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And then I had a Chihuahua.
I had a
And
red
then
Chihuahua too for 18 years.
yeah, but back when my dad got sick with that gallbladder, I wasn't able to be here to take care of him, so I had to give him to the animal shelter. So
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah. It's a
Yeah, my
really
rescue my rescue got to be huge because of the people just turning in their animals. Oh, it's old. I can't afford to take care of it. What if it gets cancer? They just dumped the animal. I had people literally take, because we had a metal gate, they would take a dog or a cat carrier and just put it over the fence, and I would get up, go to the rescue, go to open the gate, and there was animals in kennels and cages, and they'd just dump them off. And then there'd be a ton running around in the gully out in front of the house. I mean, out in front of the rescue, and that was a highway.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even tell you. One of the guys let a horse go, and it got hit by a car.
A horse got hit by a car? That seems weird.
It's
They don't move.
It's almost as bad as hitting a moose.
I
The
would think
damage
so.
to the car, let alone the animal died, but the damage to the car and the person got really hurt.
I can imagine.
I had
Yeah.
security cameras. They didn't know I had
Yes.
security cameras, and it was all on tape. And I gave the tape to the state troopers and the sheriff. So I'm sure that guy, I turned the tape in.
But
It's
so
sad.
the last song they sang was really pretty, and it's called West. Wait, I thought they said East. I thought they were saying East. West Texas Wind. And I thought they had these fans going everywhere, because it was funny, because when they started the song, the wind had started blowing through the stadium. So the wind was blowing through the stadium. And they also had this thing up there on the stage that was blowing, and it was these little paper birds. And so it blew them, and it was really cool, and they blew up when they were playing the song. So they're really kind of like they're kind of like rockabilly, Need to Breathe. So it was a really good concert, and then Switchfoot was with them. And I've been wanting to see, and I'm so glad I was. I guess it was. I think it was Saturday, actually. I think it was Saturday. I was driving. Gladys went to Texas to see her friend was retiring from the Air Force. She went to an Air Force retirement party.
That's pretty cool when they do that. My friend mom just retired up in Alaska, up in North Pole, Alaska, Emerson Ellis Air Force Base.
And they have a big party.
And they have this formal retirement, and they give them plaques and for their service, and their superior officer salutes them, and it's amazing to see.
So I was driving in Gladys's car to the RV, and I heard it on the radio, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, Need to Breathe and Switchfoot, and they haven't toured together since I think it was 2014 or 2015, and I wasn't able to see them together, and I had wanted them to tour together, and I'm actually supposed to be in Georgia. So anyways, I was really, really happy to be able to go to that.
It was nice to see you smile, because I know that you've been going through a lot lately, and
Yeah, I was really sad. It's like a gift, because
yeah,
I was so sad.
I was really happy for you. I love you. You're my friend.
I love you
I'm
too.
gonna cry, because I cry over everything. But
Well, I was crying tonight.
I don't take that lightly when I tell someone that I love them. You know what I mean? Now I'm crying. You're important to me.
As
Thank you. You're
Well,
important to me.
you've touched a part of my heart. Um, and I know we don't always agree, but that's normal. That's normal every
What do you
day.
mean? We agree.
We agree most
We agree on
99.99%
important things.
we agree.
Well, there was that one. There was that one thing I didn't listen to you about, and I should have. Starts with an
Oh,
R. I get in trouble if I say
am
it
I
starts
getting,
with an R or it starts with a T. I'm
am
gonna get
I
in
getting,
trouble.
am I getting an apology?
Huh?
Am I
Yeah,
getting
I'm sorry.
am I getting an apology?
There's
Now my nose is all stuffed
a
up.
BB Rexall song that's called Better Mistakes, and she says, I should really listen to my friends. Stop thinking I know better than them.
I will never purposely try to steer you wrong, and I will defend my friends to my last breath. And that goes for Kenny and you.
Thank you.
And there are certain people that, even though I tell you something you don't want to hear, the reason why I tell you is a warning so that it's not to spread a rumor, it's to inform you that someone is trying to hurt someone we love. And I don't want that.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
And I love you and I appreciate what you said as well, because there was important pieces of that too. But as women, and strong women that we are, and opinionated as we are,
Yes.
okay, we can tell certain people to shut the bleep up and quit it. You know?
Yeah, we
Or
can.
they,
Will they? But will they listen, Lorraine? Will they listen?
well, okay, when I meet them in person, I am not a small girl, okay?
These are mine.
You don't want to piss me off and make me get out of my wheelchair, okay?
I'm the jolly red giant.
You and I are the same height, baby, and I'm 242 pounds of
I think you're
muscle,
taller than me.
of muscle, and you don't want to hurt my friends. I am not above
Hmm.
fixing an issue. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me stand up and take the effort to get out of my wheelchair, because then my disability takes a back seat to my anger. You know what I'm saying? I've
Hmm.
had to do it before. A man tried to take sexual advantage of me because I was in a wheelchair. I broke his arm.
Good. Good for you. Oh, you know what? They took my. I had pepper spray in my purse, and when we went through security, they had to take it.
Did they give it back on the way out?
No.
No? Yeah, you can't take pepper spray. You have to have a see-through bag. We're going to a concert. We have to have see-through bag. We can't
I didn't
have,
know that.
yeah.
I tried to get the tickets online. It did not work.
My
I kept
daughter,
looking
my
online.
oldest daughter, you missed her. I don't know if you saw her.
I saw her. I said
Um,
hi too.
oh yeah, that's right.
Wait, tell me your name again.
Vanessa. She's named after
Vanessa.
my
Yeah, I see.
father. She's not Van Nessa, like a van. She's Vernessa because my dad's name was Vernon. And
Okay.
my dad's twin sister is Verna.
Okay.
So I named her Vernessa on
Hmm.
purpose to honor my father.
That's nice. Hmm.
Sadly, she had to legally change her name, but that's a whole nother, that would be something she would have to talk about.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Now I'm gonna need, need to go to bed. I went to bed really late and I got up pretty early and I was having anxiety about where I was taking my RV and um
Are you still in Walmart? Try
that's where I took it
Cabela's.
today. That's where I
Is
took
it?
it today. My
Is,
my RV's over there.
oh, okay.
But I'm
Well,
gonna be at the
so
house and next week I'm just gonna stay at the house so I don't go back and have to go back and forth and back and forth. Um because I'm taking it to the shop on Tuesday night. My son's birthday Tuesday on the 14th,
oh, wish him happy birthday. Tell him
28th.
Rebecca's 28 and my son's 29. And then Vanessa is 39.
Hmm.
There's a 10-year difference because I was told I could not have children.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a tilted uterus and hormonal problems. So I had to take fertility drugs, and then I had to do special the exercises
Mm-hmm.
to realign my uterus, and then I had to take another medication that made the walls of my uterus thicker because they were thin. I
Hmm.
hemorrhaged to death having my oldest daughter.
Oh my goodness. You
They,
actually died.
yeah, they had to use the paddles 4 times, and they had to give me 2 blood transfusions, and I have a very rare blood type, and I was in Massachusetts, and they had to med flight the blood from New York.
Wow.
So while I
Yeah.
was waiting for the blood and I was hemorrhaging, um, I died. And
Wow.
then they got me back, and they were literally standing there with both things of blood, 2 packs, and squeezing them. I had lost 78% of my blood volume
Wow.
because
Okay.
the nurse, I had given birth almost like my daughter was crowning. You could see her eyes, and the nurse pushed her back in and wouldn't call the doctor. She did it 3 times.
Why?
She was a nutcase. I had her arrested. She lost her license.
Oh my goodness.
My doctor, I don't know what he did, but I think he testified in court and she went to jail.
Wow.
So then he wanted me to have a C-section because by then she was breached because the nurse kept pushing her back.
Wow.
So I said, reach in, turn her around. I'm having her natural. And I tore every muscle all on my right hand side of my body. And he gave me the Pitocin, but not the organic Pitocin. He gave me the um, Pitocin that they make in a lab that's not, it's synthetic, not real,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and it didn't clot. The Pitocin makes you clot. My body didn't accept the Pitocin, so I hemorrhaged because the placenta was so attached. I was in bed care for 3 months before I had her because of complications. Because
Hmm.
of my different medical problems. So after I had her and I survived, and she was in the incubator blue because the little lady kept pushing her back. Um, they told me you never can have any more children. So when I got remarried, we went because it was a big difference between the 1980s and the 90s when it comes to medical advancements. You know what I mean? They had
Mhm.
strived to do uh, a lot. Poor Kenny, he has to listen to all this.
I'm good. I was actually taught stuff like this, and when I had to take health class, and
Oh, there you go. So you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, they used to they would separate the boys from the girls,
Yeah.
and so
The
yeah,
boys learned one thing and the girls learned
yeah.
about their
But
their
then eventually had to be combined together because
it's it's better
I
that
mean,
way
gotta learn
for
sometime. We
right. Yeah, it's better
because
to learn. to- It's a life thing
if
that
some
you got to learn.
if somebody don't teach them, then
Then you're on
they're
your
not,
own to your own
yeah,
imagination.
yeah. So
Yeah.
somebody's got to teach someone.
Why is my wife acting wacky? Well, now you know why. So 10 years later,
But
treatments and exercise and different things, and the grace of God. And I prayed and prayed and prayed for a son, and I had my son. And then 3 months later, I had cervical cysts. So the doctor went in to remove the cervical cysts. And I came home, we walked in the door, and my husband looked me in the eye and said, "You're pregnant. You better call the doctor back." And I said, "I just left. I had just had surgery. I just had three big cysts removed from my cervix." He goes, "No, you're pregnant. You got to go back." So I called her up. She said,
And he was right.
"Get your butt back there." And she did the blood test. I didn't even get in the door, and the phone was ringing. And she's from Canada and speaks French, and she was swearing her head off. And it's like, "You're pregnant. You get your butt back here. We need to do an ultrasound. We got to watch this baby. You got pregnant too soon. I told you not to get pregnant again." I got the riot act, and then
Mhm.
I had Rebecca, and Rebecca's like my grace of God. My son is a gift from God because I was not supposed to, but I tore myself up having him. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? I really high risk pregnancy. I loved children so much and wanted to have children so bad that I was willing to accept the risks and have them.
Yeah, my younger son got stuck. His birthday's coming up, and he had a really low APGAR score. He was blue. He had the cord on his neck. He had the bowel movement inside of me. So like they were afraid but they did a test and he didn't
They
have.
thought he inhaled
They thought, yeah, they thought
yeah,
he inhaled his own feces
right. She inhaled
because
the amniotic fluid. Her
yeah,
lungs were full. Yeah.
he had to stay in the hospital a day longer than me, and then but he's healthy. He's really healthy now. Um, but it was scary.
yeah.
Yeah.
Back when I was in middle school and some high school, we had to take health class, and part of that was this program called I Wait, which is where they talk about STDs, and, you know,
Yeah. Yeah. You got to learn all that.
yeah, you gotta learn. So, but yeah,
I had those blood transfusions in 1982,
hmm
And like 2 months later, they said, oh, the blood supply has AIDS in it. We didn't know how to screen for AIDS.
Really?
AIDS was brand new in 82. It was a brand new thing. They didn't know it could be
So
in the
you
blood.
got AIDS or no?
No, I've been tested for 2 years after that. And then I've been tested again, which is silly because I don't have any partners at this point. But
Yeah.
my two husbands were tested and I was tested. And I've only had just my husbands as partners. And now I'm divorced for 15 almost 16 years and I don't date or have partners like that. I have male friends that I hang out and have a good time with and enjoy their company and like being
That's a
around
good idea.
them and, hope to keep them as friends till we're no longer here.
Uh-huh.
But I'll never
So
get married
the
again.
green card guy, that was one of the weird things he did is he got me an HIV test.
Well, it's not weird. It's safe.
Well, yeah, he was wanting to
make sure.
get me to marry him for a green card. So, and
He didn't want
he
to.
had a good excuse too, because I told him that I had been date raped, but like I had only been with my husband and then I had the date rape, but it was a year before. So I pretty much knew because I go give blood plasma. I would go give blood plasma all the time and they would tell me if I had anything. And it had been a year since that happened, but he got me a HIV test.
Comes.
And it was very weird. And he said it was because of the rape.
Yeah, you can't blame him. As long as he goes and has one too, because he's coming from a foreign country. You don't know what he was doing in that foreign country.
When we did, we used a condom.
Yeah, they slip and leak, and if they're not put on right, there's issues. I was raped by my boss after in between my first marriage and my second marriage. At work. Yeah. He thought he owned me. Very controlling. Yeah, that was bad. He lost his business. He lost his wife. His children wouldn't talk to him. So then it was like get a new job, and if it's a guy, I was always afraid, and I won't have any doctors that are men, except for it's really weird. I have a male urologist that takes care of my kidneys, but I trust him. He's the only one I don't get that creepy. I get this scared, creepy feeling after being raped when I meet new men, even doctors.
It's normal.
And this one, I just didn't get that vibe. I felt safe. He saved my life a couple of times now, and I don't want any other urologist but him. My cat is so wild tonight.
I need to go to bed now. I'm tired.
Yeah, you had a long night.
Yeah.
When's your next live? And
Thursday, I'm gonna do the girls' chat. I need to do my thumbnail tomorrow.
So yeah, I gotta learn to do all that. I mean, that's my thumbnail, but I don't want that as my thumbnail no more. But gotta change my logo, and then my intro is gonna stay. So before I even come on to do my live chat, I run my intro because that's my intro. now. I'm just trying to change up and be a little different than the run of the mill YouTube kind of thing. Just be a little different.
Mhm.
My cat is climbing my green screen. Get down! Ow! Don't bite me!
Ouch.
Who just bit
Good
me?
night.
You
night.
know,
I just thought I'd come up here while I ate because I was like, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat something before I go to bed. But I'm tired because I'm surprised I still have my voice because I was
After a concert, yeah, really, I don't have my voice after a concert. I'm too busy.
singing and yelling
I'm
and
going woo. I'm like really into it.
whistling.
I can't do that. I gotta get new dentures.
No, I can't.
I gotta start a
I guess you're still
fundraiser. I gotta start a fundraiser for my teeth.
Good night. Thanks for having me on.
yeah, my,
Thank
you
you
know,
for taking the time to, be up here. I love you, and
Love you too.
I'll try and catch a girls' chat. Sometimes I'm asleep because I
I
don't
think
sleep
it's
I'll
well.
be in
5.
I'll be in the chat. I won't be up on pedal. So,
I don't think you sleep except for those little cat naps here and there.
well, now I will say I have been asleep, and
Tonight,
I slept. I slept from about 3:30, 4 o'clock this afternoon until about 6 o'clock. Now before that, after I went to bed about 3:30 this morning, 4 o'clock this morning, I slept uh, from that time until about 11:30, 12 o'clock this afternoon.
that's about what I slept from 2 o'clock to about noontime.
To,
And then the UPS guy came with my dog food and a bunch of things that I ordered. I buy dog food, and I bought my dog a toy, the baby puppy, a little pacifier toy, and a couple of things. And so I got a camera, and it chimes when anybody's at the door. Go ahead, Red. You can go.
You better go. I'm gonna fall
You're like,
asleep. Good
I
night.
love to see her fall asleep right here.
you're gonna turn into
snore.
Kenny. We're gonna get you one of those recliners.
Well, John Chalkers.
John Chalkers slept on my lap twice now. And Kenneth hasn't.
D thought that was me asleep, and I'm like, no way.
No.
Hey, I'm lucky. Like I said earlier, I'm lucky if once in a great while I might snore, but not very
Not
often.
very often.
And I don't hardly move in my sleep either.
Yeah.
I once I'm out, I'm out. That's
Right.
Yeah. He's very low maintenance.
Very
He doesn't
low
eat
maintenance
much. He
guy.
doesn't drink. Just give him some coffee and some water. He doesn't even eat much.
You know that the shelf on
He doesn't
the
sleep
elf
much.
the elf on the shelf?
Do what now?
That's Kenny. He's the elf on the chair.
Yeah, they
He
put him.
doesn't
They
go
put him
anywhere.
on the sofa there.
Well, pick him up. And
They put him on the sofa, and he just stayed there, and he got on mine, and then he just.
Yeah, I did get up once or twice to go to the bathroom, and then, but then as I got up to go to the bathroom, I actually fell between her bathroom and the
That was funny.
Well,
And then telling them that.
I told Red, I said, my knees gave out on
My
me.
knees gave out. I woke up and
you'll be
Kenneth's on the floor.
you'll be able to bring your walker in my bathroom on the bus, and then you'll have the seat in the tub so you can take a shower.
I meant to tell you earlier that bathroom can't. I might as well have been sitting on the floor.
No, you told us. You told us.
Because that bathroom that seat that they have for the handicapped people.
Yeah.
I might as well have been sitting on the floor. That's what I was like. That's what it's like sitting on that thing. I think it
It's
was
like
so
they
low.
make them for children, not for handicapped
It
people.
was so low to
Low.
the ground,
I can't. I have
and
to have
I'm like,
mine high,
how am I gonna get up off this thing?
right?
Because I ain't got no traction on that slick floor. I ain't got no traction.
Right.
So I wound up.
And I was outside the men's room. I'm like, don't fall again. If you fall,
So I had to.
guys.
In order for me to get my pants on, I had to go into the bathroom stall, sit on the toilet, and slide my pants on that way. Because there was no way I was going to get my pants on that as low as it. It's like
And I just wanted to go swimming.
Like I said,
It was so hot.
You want-
I was
you-
like, hurry up, Kenneth.
You want to hear a funny story? I'm sitting on the toilet of my old house. It was handicap accessible. I had a seizure and I fell over and I got my body stuck, my whole upper body trapped between the toilet and the wall.
Oh.
And only my hips and my legs were past the toilet. My head was banging into the toilet and the wall while I'm having a seizure.
Oh no, that's not good.
And my poor son, and here, I don't know if any of you know, but I used to weigh 500 pounds. I don't, I weigh 240 now. But because of my divorce, I weighed 500 pounds from stress eating. And here I am, 500 pounds, and my poor kids, 16 and 17 years old, had to find a way of getting me out from there.
Unstuck, huh?
Yeah.
So I said, when the seizure stopped, because they know to wait and not touch me, I said, get beach towels and we'll slide them under my head and under my shoulders, and then put the second one under my hips and around my butt. And I had my daughter lift the top part, my head and my shoulders, and I had my son lift the bottom part by grabbing the towels together and picked me up and brought me enough over so I could be in a place where they could help me stand. And my poor children, like didn't have clothes on because I had taken a shower and I sat down to go to the restroom. And that's when the seizure happened.
Oh my goodness.
Thank God I haven't had seizures in 3 years now. I still have tremors, but no seizures. Because I had grand mal seizures and I was always losing my body functions, let's say.
I've had to call an ambulance to get my dad up off the ground because I was like, dang.
You could never do it, yeah.
Ain't no way I'm gonna be able to lift him up.
Well, if my children could not have done it, they would have called the fire department and an ambulance because it would have took 2 or 3 firemen to get me out.
Wow.
500 pounds, stuck. You know how a toilet is.
Yeah.
When you're down around the bottom,
Yeah.
it's a wedge.
I've actually here in my house in the bathroom back here, I've actually fell in between the toilet and the bathtub at the same time. And that was no fun trying to get up off that ground.
You go through a process. First, you get angry,
especially when you ain't got no traction on your feet.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. First you get
On that,
angry and
on
then you
that,
calm down and then you try and figure out, now, can I do it myself or do I have to call for help? I had my wheelchair.
I managed to figure out how to get traction, but it wasn't easy
No.
because like I said, I wear braces on my feet, and if I ain't got no shoes on, there ain't no traction.
Right.
So I was getting in the shower, and all of a sudden I started sliding off that seat in the shower, and
Yeah.
I made it in between the toilet and the tub, and I'm stuck right there.
Well, the
And so I
way,
had to I had to figure out a way to turn myself over and then try to take my upper body and push on the tub itself and try to get and bring my feet up that way.
right.
And yeah, so
The
but
way
still I
I'm
ain't
gonna
got a
fix mine is my toilet will have like a handicap slide, like a bench that goes right over to the bench in the tub. So that even if you need to fall, you can't fall between. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's good.
You can
You
slide.
need to fall.
You can actually slide from your wheelchair or the toilet and slide over and pick your legs up and put them in the tub and sit on the seat. And then there's grab rails on both sides so that it's gonna be way handicap accessible.
because I, I
Mhm.
don't I don't want I've tried walking without braces and I don't walk very good without braces on my feet at all.
Yeah.
Period. And I got to have them be able to get my stability.
Mhm.
I had them when I think it was when I was 3 to 6 years old or 7 years old. I had
I'm gonna go.
braces,
Good
like
night.
Forrest Gump
Not really.
kind of braces. Yeah, it's difficult. Now I have braces for my hands, braces for my back, and braces for, I think, my knees because I have arthritis as well, and then that connective tissue disorder. I can put my arm inside out. Look, that
Wow.
if you watch my elbow, it goes all the way. That's my elbow, and see the angle of my arm,
Ooh.
and that's from this disease. And I can do it both arms. And Rebecca has the same disease, and she can do her fingers. I can do my hips and my legs flat, like flat. If you take your knees and you put them to the side, normally normal people can't make their knees hit the floor. Mine just hit the floor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, see, where they done some damage in this left arm right here.
Yep.
I'm not able to fully turn. I don't have full to be
Full
able to turn.
motion,
Now I can turn this one all the way over,
but not that one.
but not this one.
And I had strokes on my left hand side. See, can you see the difference? My lip goes down, and this eye is lower. Like it's like my face kind of melted. I had two strokes, so my left arm kind of has a mind of its own.
Uh-huh.
I wanted to do certain things, like hold a drink or whatever. It just slips right through because I can't feel how tight that I'm gripping. But I've had people with my handicap tag, and I park in the handicap spot, and people go, "Oh, another fat lazy person who just doesn't feel like walking."
Mhm.
I'm like, you don't see everybody's handicapped, and I'm not going to wear a sign that says what's wrong with me. Know what I'm saying? It's like,
Mhm.
no way am I going to wear. Yeah, I do have a shirt that does say that I have MS, but I figure, why do I have to advertise that I have MS? You know,
Mhm.
or that I have a seizure disorder or a connective tissue disorder, or, why? Just because it's not obvious, just because my strokes aren't obvious, you can tell when I'm talking actually that
Mhm.
I had strokes.
But
Now, what are you into? My cat is like getting into everything.
does your cat always get into certain things?
Let's see, he's spoiled. He wants my attention, so he'll get into trouble
Yeah.
to get me to yell at him.
I've had people ask me certain questions. Ask me if I would be able to have kids,
Oh, yes, you will.
and and I told him, I said, well, even if I'm not able to have my own, I wouldn't be able, I wouldn't mind to
Adopt.
adopt or be able to be in a relationship with someone that already has, you know,
Already has children, you would love them as your own.
yeah.
Yeah. But no one's come out, no doctor has come out and said, hey, Kenny, you can't have kids. And trust
Mm-mm.
me, there's creative ways. You know what I mean? There's
Mm-hmm.
creative ways, and you probably could have children.
Mm-hmm.
Unless the doctor says no. So
But
I bet you could have a nice family. And you'd be a great dad.
I know I definitely teach them right from wrong. I wouldn't let them get by with just anything like most people do nowadays.
Right. But you also know that you don't have to whip them to death either. You saw what happened with Paul from that generation. That's not always necessary. There's other ways of disciplining without beating your kid raw.
You can
That's
you
an
can
old.
actually take away their electronics and
Send them to a room without any electronics and let them think about what's going on and come back out, and don't just say, okay, you're free to come out. You have to tell me why you got punished and why you think that it's inappropriate what you did to cause yourself to get punished. You know what I mean? They have to understand why.
they have to understand why and learn from their mistakes.
Right, right. My kids, yeah, I was lucky. My kids really, except for Rebecca lighting the woods on fire, um, my kids really were good kids. And then they started making mistakes when they were adults, but they've learned the hard way. And now, but you get to a point where you can teach them up until they're an adult.
Mm-hmm.
Once they're adult, they have to live with their own consequences. So if they make a mistake, you can say, "Hey, look, if I made that mistake when I was your age, this is what would have happened to me." Or maybe I did make that mistake because I'm not perfect. I made a ton of mistakes. I'm sure Paul made a ton of mistakes. You know what I mean? We're human,
Yep.
but learn from what happened to us, you know? And the kids need to know that you're not perfect either. That it's okay to make mistakes as long as you learn from them. Because when kids think that it's, not okay to be human, that's when the stress of society and what's going on gets to be too much for them, and they get depression and anxiety or suicidal. When they think that they don't have any future, nothing to look forward to.
Mm.
So they got to know that, what's going on right now will get better. And we learn to live with the flu, and I'm not comparing this virus and the other strains of this virus to the flu, but our medical advances will get to a point where we'll be able to manage it, and less people will die from it. So there is a silver lining, but it may take longer than what people want a quick fix.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, oh, this virus, I want it taken care. I want it done now. And even the government is like, we shouldn't have to keep taking care of you guys, but they promise to see us through this epidemic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, well, COVID's gone. Now, Delta variant is here. Now the MU variant is here.
Mm-hmm.
And how many more variants? So you can't cut off all the support when the variants are even worse than the original COVID. Right?
Yeah.
But there is going to be a time, and I don't know when, but there will be a time when this becomes manageable.
Yeah.
But kids, ugh, my silly cat. There'll be a time when this will just be like getting a flu shot. You know what I mean?
It's gonna
Not
be
going to go away, but it will be manageable.
it's gonna be a seasonal thing.
Hopefully. Right now it's not. Texas has had it straight through the summer, straight through the winter.
Yeah. Yeah. He's fixing it.
You both are reaching.
Yeah. We're both reaching. Yeah.
Oh. You're lucky. I throw things at Rebecca.
No.
She's like, Mom, give me the Tylenol. I'm like, catch. And I throw it at her. Mom, I want water. Oh, catch. Here.
That's
Throw it at her.
I hear water. Good old water.
I think that would be a little difficult for you to catch it, but
I love water.
and Rebecca's a sweetheart, and I don't mean it just because I'm prejudiced and I'm her mom. But she's a really good person. She just right now she just has a little bit of low self-esteem because of the environment right now. She don't like where we live. She don't like her job. And she wants things to be better now, and she's not very patient.
What you looking for, Dan?
I had to stop for a second.
No.
I was listening.
Hi, Paul.
Howdy.
Can I
Ooh.
be so bold to ask your real name?
My real name? Which one do you want?
Your first name. Your real first name.
My real first name?
Yeah.
Cecil.
Hi, Cecil. Do you
Hi.
like the name Cecil?
It's all right, but I've been called so many other things, and I've been called the Snowman. I've been called Gino.
Gino, where'd they get that from?
That's from my middle name,
Oh,
and I was nicknamed that uh, from a football player that used to play for Dallas.
uh-huh.
He was a big man, and
I'm a big girl.
huh?
I said I'm a big girl.
Yeah, but I was a pretty good sized youngin' when I was growing up, and so all my school friends and everybody called me Gino Marchetti. I don't
Oh,
know if
okay.
you remember him or not from Dallas.
Yep.
And I was nicknamed after him, and that name stuck through with me all the way through school and high school. So everybody knows me as Gino and stuff, and the same friends. They were the ones that gave me the name Snowman because one time I fell off of a apple tree. No, what do you call them? What does Mom live on over there? What did she live on? It wasn't a cliff. Bluff. Yeah, I fell off of a hill on a bluff. And
Uh-huh.
in the wintertime, and when I got up, I was covered in snow, and everybody said, "Hey, you look like a snowman." And for a long time, about 2 years, they called me Snowman. So I use that a lot as a code name.
Oh, that's good.
When somebody asks, that's why I said, "Which name do you want?"
Well, my name's Lorraine,
Yeah, I know.
but my mom was Big Lorraine because her name was Lorraine and she was my mom. So she was
Uh-huh.
big Lorraine. I was little Lorraine, even though I was a big girl.
Yeah.
And then my brother named me Sam.
Sam,
Yep.
like
Um,
SAM.
Sam.
Oh, okay. Is that from your middle name?
No, I'm Lorraine Ruth.
Oh, okay.
And
I thought
then
maybe command.
my aunt named me Clyde because of Clyde Cadiddlehopper.
Oh, well, I used to be called that too. I was called that from the sea serpent, Clyde the sea serpent.
Yep,
Do you remember that show?
yep.
And
Wasn't it Cecil the silly sea serpent?
it was, but I don't know why they gave me the name Clyde.
Well, I was Clyde Cadiddlehopper.
Yeah, now I remember him from Red Skelton.
Right. And I don't know why my aunt named me that as a nickname. Maybe I acted like him, I don't know.
Ah,
I remember watching Red Skelton, but I don't remember Clyde Cadiddlehopper.
you don't?
No.
Oh, he was a character. I liked him, and I liked San
Was,
Fernando. San Fernando Red, I believe it was.
oh yeah.
Well, he played a real slick dealer.
Was Sam Cadiddlehopper a cut up like jokes?
Well, yeah, he was. He was kind of a goofy fella.
That's how I was growing up. I'm still goofy. You never know what's going to come out of my mouth.
Yeah. But yeah, I like old Red. I love watching his reruns and stuff when I can get a hold of them. My cousin's CB handle was Red Skelton, I think, one time. Yeah.
Yeah, mine was Sam. That way they didn't know whether I was a girl or a guy, even though I have a girl's voice.
Well, I know a lot of ladies that were named Samantha and they were called Sam.
Right. So I don't know why my brother called me Sam, because I wasn't Samantha.
Yeah.
I
What
don't
were
know.
you, a tomboy?
I was a tomboy. I was a daddy's girl. I worked on cars. I built mahogany boats with my
Wow.
dad.
Yeah.
Uh,
I swear you don't look that old. I mean, not that you look old, but I mean you don't look old enough to be old enough as I am to remember some of that stuff.
well, I think it was reruns I was looking at. I was born in 1962. I'm 59. I'll be 50,
Oh,
60
okay.
in February.
Uh-huh.
But I remember Hopalong Cassidy. I remember
Wow.
Red Skelton Show. Of course, Lawrence Welk.
Yeah.
You
Uh,
remember Hee Haw, don't you?
Hee Haw, right? Laughing.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
you remember, let's see, you talking about Hopalong. Do you remember Lash LaRue?
yep. But it had to be reruns,
Yeah.
probably, because
Uh,
that was in the 50s, right? The
because,
50s.
with 1962, they were pretty well getting on there,
Yeah.
They covered a lot of TV. Them and Roy Rogers, Gene
Roy
Autry.
Rogers, right? You know who I met in person?
Who's that?
Clu Gulager. He was a Western star along with a lot of them guys.
Which one?
Clu Gulager.
Oh, wow.
I met him in person. I have a picture of me sitting with him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where'd you see him at, in Dallas?
No, I saw him in California
Oh,
at Universal Studios, and I also met Lucille Ball, but
oh yeah.
she
She
would
was a
not
great lady.
she would not let us take pictures of her.
She wouldn't.
No.
Hmm.
She wouldn't autograph nothing, and she wouldn't let us take pictures, but we got to go through her trailer and see all of her costumes and
Uh-huh.
her mink coats and everything. And then she was very polite and very nice to us,
Yeah.
but we had to file in, not touch nothing, and file out. She
Yeah.
had like an Airstream with two doors, so we go in one door and out the other door
Right.
and not touch nothing. And we were only allowed to say hi. We couldn't take pictures and we couldn't get autographs.
Huh.
I think she was doing a show or a movie, because it was the back lots
Oh.
where at her husband's studio.
Oh.
Uh,
You notice she actually owned that?
yeah,
Uh,
she owned it.
they put in his name, but it was her studio.
Yeah, she kind of held all the purse strings,
Yeah.
even though he
I
was
wonder what's happened to her daughter. I haven't heard anything about her in a while.
she's doing all right.
Yeah,
And her son,
I had heard that
her son Desi,
the boy had passed away
yeah,
not too long after she passed, I think.
a while after, yeah.
But his daughter now, I really liked her acting and stuff. In her TV show that she was in,
That's like
where she played a police officer.
I'm trying to think of Judy Garland.
Yeah,
Her daughter is just as talented as her.
yeah, even more as good.
They sing almost the same. They sing very similar. They look different. I mean, her daughter definitely cuts her hair and makes herself look different on purpose. But if she had worn her hair like her mom, she would have looked spit and image.
Oh yeah. Well,
But
you know, uh, I didn't know that until I saw Grease. I didn't know that Lorna Luft was her daughter too.
yeah, yeah, it's crazy.
I knew Liza was, but I didn't know that. I didn't know that Lorna was. You know.
And she didn't look as much like her mom as Liza.
No.
Liza's spitting image of her mom.
Yeah. But I reckon she's passed out too, hasn't she?
I'm not sure. I could probably look it up.
Liza.
I can Google it
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
everybody
I
else.
could too if I took the time.
Well, I got my phone right here, so
Yeah.
let me see here.
Lord, I miss some of them old stars.
Is Liza Minnelli still
Yeah.
alive?
Here is information from Wikipedia.
An acclaimed performance, born, occupation. Doesn't say she's not dead.
Huh.
She was born in 1949,
Yeah.
and it says present. It doesn't say she passed yet.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard. I knew that she was born a year or so before I was.
Yeah, 1949. She still lives in Los Angeles.
Oh, okay. I just know she doesn't do anything anymore. You know. 'Cause
Yeah,
I didn't know. It's hard to tell anymore about them because you don't hear about them anymore. You know.
it says she celebrated her 75th birthday in 2021. She was born in March 12th, 1940. It says 46. The
Well,
other one says 49. This one says 46.
hmm. I knew she was a year or two older than I was, but I didn't know how much. You know. 'Cause
Well,
I was born in '50.
yeah, my grandpa lived to 92 and drank like a sieve. I don't know how he lived that long. He had diabetes and he fell off the roof and lost one leg.
Oh
Had a,
goodness.
and then he lost his second leg from diabetes.
Yeah.
And he lived with us both times.
Mm.
And then we shipped him off to his daughter, who had more time for him because her kids were all out of the house, and I wasn't that old. I was 8.
Uh-huh.
I was 8 years old, so we had like 9 people in a 2-bedroom house.
Mm.
So we shipped him off to my aunt out in Washington State. She had a big farm and
Uh-huh.
a big farmhouse,
Yeah.
and she was alone there and could take care of him. And he
Well,
lived to 92.
goodness gracious.
And he was a nasty old man.
Oh, was he?
Oh yeah. Women everywhere. When he was able to walk and had both his legs,
Uh-huh.
if a woman walked by, he would take advantage of her.
He sounded like my grandpappy.
Yeah, what is it with the grandpappies? They got away with all that.
I don't know, but my grandpa, he was still going on when he died at 101, I think. He was getting ready to get married again.
See? I don't know what it is. Their libido got extra pep or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I've got so many cousins and I got so many cousins and relatives from him that I've never even met.
My brother had 18 children, and
Woo.
half of them I don't know.
Yeah. Thing of it was though, while he was married to my grandmother, he had like 7 or 8 by a couple other women.
Yeah, that was my brother too.
and he
Had
just
had
he just
girlfriends
didn't
on the
settle down.
side.
But I think he was either 100 or 101 when he passed, I believe now.
Yeah.
But finally, the old age finally got him. You know, he
Well,
got
you know what it was? It's the they had farms and they went fishing and lobstering and all that,
yeah,
and everything was grown without pesticides, without garbage in the soil.
yeah,
They would put cow manure and horse manure in compost to replenish the nutrients in the ground.
oh yeah,
And so if you ate a carrot from then pretty much up into 1960s, you had a carrot that had a lot of nutrients and a lot of vitamins in it.
yeah,
The carrots they grow now are useless. They have no vitamins, no nutrients, nothing, because
hmm,
the ground's depleted. They're using all kinds of pesticides. Then they inject them with coloring to make them look colorful.
yeah.
And we're eating that because we don't farm anymore.
That's true. That's true.
And fresh fish, right off the dock, right off the boat.
Uh-huh.
And the oceans weren't polluted like they are now.
Oh no.
There was no red tide. I didn't hear red tide until almost 1980s.
Yeah.
Now there's red tide. There's green algae blooms in regular ponds that are toxic.
Oh yeah.
We're ruining our earth. We're
Yes, ma'am.
ruining our our kids' future, our grandchildren's future, and we're shortening everybody's life.
Yeah,
But
pretty much.
that's why they live to 90 to 100.
Yeah. But my granddaddy, I'm not sure, but I know while I was around, from the time I was born until he passed, he was a construction worker.
That's funny. My grandpa was a carpenter.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what he did. He built houses and stuff.
Yeah, my grandpa too. He'd buy little rundown cabins and build new homes and sell them.
Yeah, and I tell you what, see him on the roof at 80-some years old and stuff scared the whiz out of me.
Well, did you see what kind of scaffolding they used? It was a metal plate.
Uh-huh.
The scaffolding that they used
Yeah.
to stand on was
Uh-huh.
a metal plates on a board that
Yes,
they
ma'am.
would nail into the roof, right?
Yeah.
And pull down the feet, and then they'd put a 2x6, and that's what they stood on to build the roof.
Yeah. He
Because I still
used
had
a
those.
lot. He just go up. He just shimmy up a ladder.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
But
And
some of
he'd
the
get up
pictures,
there on that roof, and I'd be, oh my God.
well, some of the pictures were so steep that's what they used. And that's what my grandpa fell off of.
Well, I don't think my granddaddy ever fell off of one.
Well,
I just know that
my
when
grandpa was drunk.
when my father passed, when I was 9 years old, and my father passed, my grandpa, he lost a lot of his spunk.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he was my dad. I don't know what it was, but my dad and stuff, he was Grandpa would come to visit us during the summer or whatever, come stay. He would visit with. We all lived in Michigan at
Right.
that time. My two uncles and my dad and our family and their families and stuff. And he would come and he'd spend like 3 or 4 months with each one of us, you know. And then they'd bring him back to Tennessee. He'd go to one of his lady friends and everything, you know, or
Yep.
he'd meet a new one. Last time I saw him, he was being put into a nursing home up here in what's the name of that nursing home, Kenny, up there in Elizabethton? Kenny, what's the name of that nursing home up there in Elizabethton? Some Shoals or something.
I don't know. I don't remember.
I can't think of it either right now, but he'd gotten real bad sick, and they had to put him in there, and he was dating a girl that was only like 28 or 29 years old.
Well, she was either stupid or was trying to think she might get his money.
He didn't have no money.
Well, then she was just dang stupid.
She took care of him.
Maybe she had no life. And that was, maybe she had no life.
I don't know, but you know, I mean, he always liked the younger ladies and stuff, but
23 and 100 and something, that's a big age
so
difference.
I'm telling you, the man had charm.
He had charm,
Yeah, he had charm and
a lot of spunk.
a lot of stuff. Because I mean, he was still creating babies when he died. I mean, you know.
Oh my goodness.
Boy, he must have really been busy.
I don't know where he had time to do work.
In between times.
Something. No, I mean,
Yeah, my grandpa was the same way. It was like, when do you ever get any work done?
but yeah, he was. I just loved him to death anyway, you know. But
Yeah, I love my grandpa too, even though he was preoccupied with activity in his head. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, yeah.
Not so nice
I
thoughts.
think that's what kept him going too, you know.
Yeah, probably.
That
You know?
motivation.
It's lucky his heart didn't give out.
Huh?
He's lucky his heart didn't give out.
I guess so. But I don't know. He'd probably still be hitting the bricks if he was living now.
Probably.
'Cause
Probably.
it wouldn't surprise me none.
I wouldn't have the energy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They're like the Energizer Bunny. My batteries wore out.
I'm telling you.
My batteries wore out a while ago.
Yeah. Mine too, honey. Mine too.
Oh yeah. Now it's just fun to have someone to talk to and someone who cares about you and wants to be there with you, you know?
Yeah, my wife and I, if she had lived, we'd been together 52 years.
God bless you.
And
And then you lost her, right?
Huh?
And then you lost her.
Yeah, I lost her in 2017.
Yeah, that's difficult.
But I still celebrate our wedding anniversary together, you know.
Well, yeah, that's good. You gotta remember all the good times, and celebrating the anniversary is very good for your.
We would get people so upset at us because all those years we were married, we had our arguments and everything, and they always said never go to bed mad at each other or anything. We always had our days settled before we went to bed.
Yeah, that's a
You
good
know,
idea. Yeah,
so for like 40 some years that we had actually lived together before she had to go into a hospital, uh, that's the way it was. We
Yeah, it was
I had to
the
take care of
25th
her,
of
and I had to take care of my two kids, and now I'm taking care of Kenny.
the 25th of September.
well, you can just sit Kenny in the chair and just throw stuff at him. He'll be fine.
25th September of 25th.
25th of September. Oh, that's when she passed.
Yeah.
Well, I knew it was 2017.
I was looking at the obituaries. You can still pick them up at the funeral home.
Okay. I didn't know that, but I knew it was 2017. It's hard to believe it. It's been almost 5 years, 6 years. Oh, God, I even lost count of how many years it's been now. But yeah, we were married, and we got married in 1970.
Yeah, that's when my brother got married. You're the same age as my brother, but my brother passed away at 50 years old. So when
Nah.
I passed 50 years old, I thank God that I passed 50 years old. My brother made me nervous,
Oh,
but he died of other things.
yeah,
You know, so
that's
he picked the wrong road. You know what I mean?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And my old Boozy passed a year earlier. Uh, she passed in 2016
Yeah, yeah.
on October the 2nd.
Okay. And you keep up with that stuff. I try not to remember all that. I just try to remember the good times.
Yeah, it's important.
You can still search that stuff up.
Well, I know, but I just don't do that. But
My
I'm gonna let you go. I gotta get my phone off the charger.
okay.
And I gotta try to go back to bed and sleep a little while.
Yeah, I'm gonna be going to bed soon too.
Everything. But it's been nice talking to you, Lorraine.
Nice talking to you.
Okay.
Time you want to talk, I know how it is to be in the house all the time.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of a homebody anymore.
Yeah, me too. But I talk to my daughter, and you talk to Kenny. Sometimes it's good to talk to someone else other than
Oh
the
yeah.
dog and Kenny. No offense, Kenny. You're a fabulous kid. But sometimes older people and younger people need to talk to people their own age.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why he enjoys the Facebook and the YouTube because he's met a lot of new friends on there.
Yep, we're friends, we're buddies.
Yeah.
But,
I consider you my friend too, Papa.
okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I enjoyed talking to you and listening to you. And
Well, God bless you and have a
we
good,
think about you
good night.
when you don't come on and everything. We think about you and wonder if you're all right and everything.
Well, yeah, when I don't come on, it means I'm not well, and then I come on when I'm well. But I'm trying to come on twice a week now.
Well, all right. And tell your daughter we said hello.
I got
Uh,
to meet both of them tonight, actually.
yeah, my son isn't here yet, so you can't really meet my son yet. But he called during the live stream. I'm like,
And how old is he?
he's 29.
Oh, okay.
Rebecca is 28,
Oh,
and my oldest daughter, who was on tonight, she's 39.
oh,
Yeah, she's 10 years difference between my oldest daughter and my son because I was told I couldn't have children.
oh.
I proved them wrong. 10 years of healing, and then I was fine. And I had 2 more. 3's plenty.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I just I know I've enjoyed the chat.
It
Well,
was
I'll say good night. We'll talk again sometime.
yeah, anytime, Papa. Anytime. But
Yeah,
Penny, yeah, our chat kind of went in all different directions, huh?
yeah,
Oh, well,
yeah.
But you know what? It's like family chatting. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
not scripted, it's not written down, it's not, you know what I mean? It's us being us. And I think that people can identify with just hanging out with buddies and friends and having a good time, that people might enjoy that, you know? They might like seeing people just be real and not fake on Facebook or YouTube. So many people are fake. They're not. They don't act themselves. They're just doing it for the clicks and the audience that they can get. And it is a job. I want to make that clear. It is a job, and it takes a lot of effort to make videos. But you can also be real as well. You don't have to be a persona or whatever. You know, we're all human. We all make mistakes. Heck, I can't hardly ever do a live stream without screwing up somehow. I'm learning. 3 years of YouTube, and I'm finally learning how to do live streams. I even mess up my I mess up my videos. I don't care. It's like, oh, I forgot to say goodbye, and it's just black screen. I've done that before, but I've seen professionals forget to say goodbye and go to black screen, and you're like, well, goodbye to you too. And then they'll pop on the next video and go, we're sorry, we forgot to sign off from our last video. But it's cool because it shows that they're human like everybody else.
But yeah, it's I think it's the community has helped people through this pandemic.
I think it has. I think I know one person who was, and I won't name names, was so depressed that they came on, and I won't say the channel, and we talked that person out of committing suicide, and now they're putting up videos, and they're having a good time. I'm wondering if my cat. They're having a good time doing videos, and and they're not even thinking about that anymore. You know what I mean? For some reason, my battery says my computer says it's not plugged in. Let me check it. Get out of here, kitty. And check the cord. Wait a minute. Yeah, my battery's at 8%.
Yeah.
It's on that energy saver.
Oh, you don't have yours. You don't have yours plugged up on the charger?
Yeah, I do. I unplugged it for a minute. I don't know why it doesn't want to charge.
Mine does that every now and then.
Well, how is your how old is your computer?
Brand new.
Mine does that every once in a while, and then it goes back to regular charging.
I think maybe it's because I have so many screens open.
I gotta see if I can get turned back on here.
Well, I might end up losing my I don't know. It says it looks like it's charging now. And it doesn't like, you know, when you plug in your computer and it should show that it's plugged in?
Yeah.
Mine don't.
So you don't have a battery icon on your main on down on the bottom of your screen?
Yeah, I do, but it's not showing it plugged in. It's just showing that it's at 6% now.
Wow.
So like it's not charging.
Well, we may ought to go ahead and maybe end this and try and see if it'll upload your video. I'd hate for you to lose all this live stream.
Well, doesn't it upload automatic?
Yeah, but you'll have to end it real quick.
Okay. Well, good night. I'll end it so that maybe it will work and start charging.
Okay, good night. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for coming. I'm sorry it was so kind of random. All kinds of girl
It's
talk.
okay.
Girl talking. I got a guy up here. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm used to it.
Hanging around with girls too long. All right. I love you guys. God bless you.
Likewise.
Take care of each other.
Oh, we will.
All right. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.